One single qualifier on this Tuesday night here in Summerside. They line up with Timberley Convict and Jacob Sweet, Muddles Treasure, Brady Sweet, Twinbee Turbo, Kenny Murphy, Brookdale George, Paul Langell. You Bet I'm a Good One now gets Colin Shepard and Le'Veon Bell with Ryan Daraj. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Couple of 2-year-olds inside, then a 3-year-old with some age ones. And there they go, off and pacing. You Bet I'm a Good One is the first one out. Coming from the outside, Le'Veon Bell. Then that is Mundell's Treasure around the turn now second. Le'Veon Bell is third. Then the fourth one is Twin Turbo Diesel. From the outside, that is Brookdale George fifth. And the early trailer, Timberley Convict. So along the backstretch, and Brookdale George starts to pick them off here on the outside as they arrive at the quarter, led by You Bet I'm a Good One. Here's Brookdale George set to take over. You Bet I'm a Good One is now second. 30-4 opened it up. Mundell's Treasure on the turn goes third. Le'Veon Bell has fourth. Twin Turbo Diesel fifth. And the trailer Timberley Convict. Down the stretch they come. Arriving at the midway point, we've got more movement on the front end. You Bet I'm a Good One. Going back to the lead for Colin Shepard. Brookdale George gives way. He's now second. Back into third. Mundell's Treasure. Le'Veon Bell fourth. Twin Turbo Diesel is tipped out from fifth. And Timberley Convict sixth. 60 seconds flat over to the opening half mile. So they picked it up to 29-1 in the second quarter. And now they go to three quarters, led by You Bet I'm a Good One. Brookdale George second. Mundell's Treasure third. Le'Veon Bell fourth. Fifth, that's Timberley Convict. And the trailer who went off stride, Twin Turbo Diesel. They go by three quarters. Here's Brookdale George back to the outside and take over the lead once again. You Bet I'm a Good One. Gonna go right with them. The three quarters in 1:31, and they turn for home. You Bet I'm a Good One reclaiming the lead. Brookdale George on the outside. Back into third, Mundell's Treasure. Le'Veon Bell fourth. They come to the wire next. And on the outside, Brookdale George. It's tight on the line. Second, that'll go to You Bet I'm a Good One. And Timberley Convict rallied late for third. 1:59-3. Now the results of the qualifier: Timberley Convict third, Mundell's Treasure fourth, Twin Turbo Diesel sixth. Brookdale George the winner. You Bet I'm a Good One was second. Le'Veon Bell fifth. 30-4, 1 minute. 131, 159-3. In review, 346, 125.
Mike check from the broadcast desk on a beautiful Tuesday night here at Red Shore Summerside. 16 races on tap for you here tonight. This is a mic check from the broadcast desk.
come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Harness Racing at Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We have 16 races on tap for you here tonight. The feature race comes up in race number 15 with 5 starters going behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Sharkey and Taylor Doyle on the rail. Sobel Attack 2 with Kenny Murphy. Mantario 3 with David Dowling. Brookdale Johnny leaves 4 with Paul Angel. And Tony Tootal with Miles Heffron rounds out the field in tonight's 15th race feature. We got some program and equipment changes for you here this evening. And for all of those program and equipment changes, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program. It's event number 16 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 27 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Follen. The associate judges are Mr. Kent Butler and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 2. In the second race, number 6, Lions Beach Babe, going from blind to blinkers, adding a Murphy blind on the outside. Turning over to race number 3. In the third race, scratch number 3, Harry's Line Crew. She will not go. Race 3, scratch number 3, Harry's Line Crew. Turning over to race number 4. In the fourth race, scratch number 6, Hurricane Fiona. Race 4, scratch number 6, Hurricane Fiona. Turning over to race number 5, featuring our first Super High 5 of the night. Number 5, Dolly Sky, adding a choke plate. Number 6, Red Dirt Diamond from blind to a can't see back bridle. Number 8, It's All Good, removing the Z guide, adding a check bit. Number 9, J.J. Brienne, going from blind to open, adding a tail tie. Turning over to race number 6, the 4 entry, Mrs. Gallant, going from blind to open bridle. Next change, go to race number 10. In the 10th race, number 9, Mac Hanover, adding a Murphy blind inside and a sidelining bit. Turning over to race number 11. In the 11th, number 2, Judicial, adds a Tony Morgan spreader outside and a tail tie. Turning over to race number 12. In the 12th race, number 2, Mark It Up, adding knee boots. Number 6, Wizard, will go from a Swedish blind bridle to a can't see back bridle. Turning over to race number 13. In the 13th race, number 5, Sporty Spice, adding a head pole inside. Final changes in the final race tonight. That's number 16. In the 16th race, number 8, Louis the Great, going from blind to blinkers. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. The Par Mutual Wickets, they're open and selling. First race post time set for 6 o'clock. You have 24 minutes to make your race 1 selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Scherman. 16 races on tap for you here tonight. And the countdown is on to 1,000 for Norris Rogers. He's 3 wins away from win number 1,000. So Norris hopefully get it tonight. He's got 8 drives on the program. Let's have a look at race number 8 tonight. Another good class of horses. 6 of them going behind the starting gate with Hamac Exclusive and Corey McPherson on the rail. Pendleton Rodeo 2 with Brody McPhee. Woodmere Ideal Art 3 with Norris Rogers. Starship Glide 4 with Paul Angel. Doc Awesome 5 with David Dowling. And Little Leroy rounds out the field with Kenny Murphy aboard. Going to be a great night for harness racing here at Red Shore Summerside. And if you have a look at your in-house monitors for tonight's opener, you'll see our selections on the screen. I'm going with a 1-2-7 in the opener. Backstretch beat likes 2-8-5. Classifier's choices 2, 8, and 9 in tonight's opener in 13 minutes. And if you're just joining us here at Red Shores tonight, there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going with a 127, backstretch speed 285. Classifier's choice is 289 in tonight's opener in 6 minutes.
First race on Post Parade, number 1, Jackie Pang, owned by Ian McKinnon, Glace Bay. Joel LeBlanc from Victoria Mines, Nova Scotia. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 2, Traveling Soldier, owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGuinness of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Now trained by Dwayne McCachran. David Dowling drives. Hockey's Day 03, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Sergeant Crowley, number 4, owned by the Ultimate Stable, and Barbara Crowley of New Brunswick, trained by Sifoy Melanson. Norris Rogers. Five is Arthur Idlam, owned by Gaston Idlam from Bathurst, New Brunswick, trained by Greg McGuinness, Ryan DeRoche. Timberley Duke, number 6, owned by George Riley of Summerside, and Ian Tate of St. Andrews, Nova Scotia, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy driving. Number 7, Moonfall, owned by Hal Smith of Pownell, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by John Weatherby, Brody McPhee drives. Chromed Up, number 8, owned by Mark Allen and Craig Arsenault, Summerside, trained by Chris McKay, Brady Sweet driving. Hands Off, Nose In, number 9, Ralph Sweet of Valeri, the owner and the trainer, Paul Angel driving. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 1. Post time, 2 minutes. You're watching Race Day from Red Shores, Summerside. Rocky Skierman is at the HPI broadcast desk, has all the details on the Isle Pick 5.
That's right, fans. Pick the winners of races 1 through 5 and a low 15% takeout with the guaranteed pool of $2,000. It is the Isle Pick 5, and it starts right now. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. And it is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent Isle Pick 5. There's a look at my top selection. Jackie Pang, 3-year-old bay gelding by Pang Shui. for Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay, Joel LeBlanc, Victoria Mines, Nova Scotia. Corey McPherson is the trainer and the driver. Started here July 19th. Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division from post 6. Finished 5th. Race time 1:59 and 2, 30 and 4 on the end of it. Truro Raceway, July the 11th. Left from post 2 and finished 2. Race timed 1:55 and 4, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. And up here in Summerside on July the 1st, in his post 5 that day, wire-to-wire winner by 6, 1:57 and 4, 29 and 2 on the end of it. That was a maiden record for Jackie Pang. He's on the rail tonight with Corey McPherson. Right now, good odds, 7-1. So my second selection, Traveling Soldier, is off the track. There's a look at the 7 Moonfall, 3-year-old bay gelding by Bet the Moon for Hal Smith and Ian Smith. Tommy Weatherby trains. Brody McPhee will do the driving. July 19th here, Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division for over $17,000. Head the rail, finished 4th. Race timed 1:57 and 1:29 seconds flat on the end of it. July the 11th at Truro, Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division, post 3. He finished 4th and race timed in 1:55 and 4, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Brody McPhee in the bike for both of those starts. Post 7 today for Moonfall with Brody McPhee. Good odds, 13-1. Still time to make your selections in tonight's opener. There's a look at the 2, Traveling Soldier. 3-year-old black colt by Arthur Blue Chip for Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGuinness of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Dwayne McCachran is the trainer. David Dowling will do the driving. Started here on July 19th, Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division. Had the rail, finished 2nd. Race time 1:57 and 1, 29 and 1 on the end of it. Traveling Soldier, post 2 with David. Your current choice at 9-5. Countdown clock is in for tonight's opener, a field of 9. And moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, let's go upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Jackie Pang, Traveling Soldier, Hockey's Deo, Sergeant Crowley, Arthur Idlam, Timberlee Duke, Moonfall, Chromed Up. In back the trailer, hands off, nose in. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Sergeant Crowley leaving out alongside Arthur Idlam and a host of levers right with them. Jackie Pang at the rail, Traveling Soldier following through, hands off, nose in as they race round the turn and they move to the backstretch. Jackie Pang controlling at the rail. Second is Traveling Soldier to get away third. Hands off, nose in, then racing from 4, Sergeant Crowley. 5th, that's Arthur Idlam. Racing from 6, Hockey's Deo. 7th along the inside is Moonfall. Then in 8th, Chromed Up. And the trailer, Timberlee Duke, is 9. 28 seconds flat is a big-time opener. Now on the lead, going by the 3/8. That's Traveling Soldier and Dowling out in front. Second is Jackie Pang, then in third. In up the rail, hands off and nose in. Then racing from 4, Sergeant Crowley. Arthur Idlam 5th. Backfield in motion now. Moving up 6, Hockey Hockey's Dale. Following on the outside, 7th is Chromed Up. Moonfall back to 8th, and on the outside, 9th, Timberly Duke, 58 and 2, the opening half mile. Next station, the 5/8 and Traveling Soldier, the leader on Jackie Pang. From the outside, hands off, nose in, came first up. Now on the outside, Hockey's Dale, 4th, up the rail, nowhere to go. Sergeant Crowley, 3 wide, goes Chromed Up now from 6. 7th, Arthur Idlam, way wide in 8th, Timberly Duke, and at the rail, 9th, that's Moonfall. A field of 9, well grouped in the late going now. 3/4, that went to Traveling Soldier in 1:29 and 3 with just an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Traveling Soldier brings him home. Jackie Pang second, way wide third, Chromed Up. Deep stretch now. Traveling Soldier needs the line. Jackie Pang on the outside. On the wire, Jackie Pang, and McPherson might have nailed it late. Right alongside in the win photo, that's Traveling Soldier. Time for the mile in 1:58.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. Traveling Soldier was released to the front, 28 seconds flat. Half in 58 and 2, down to 3/4, 1:29 and 3. Here's the stretch drive with Traveling Soldier and Jackie Pang battling out to the wire. And it is going to be a nice cold exactor for me here as Jackie Pang is going to get up to win for his second win of his career and is just his 11th start lifetime in 1:58 and 3. Great shot by Matthew McLean with Universal Media here in the opener. Traveling Soldier in there for second, and it is close for third. Now it's posted. The 9, hands off, nose in there for third. So it's 1-2-9 unofficially in the opener. We'll see Jackie Pang and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Jackie Pang in a mild upset in tonight's opener. Going to the winner's circle, Jackie Pang, Bay Pacing going 3, but Pang's way. Off the Badlands Hanover Dam, Suck It Up Buttercup. Home Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay and Joel LeBlanc from Victoria Mines, Nova Scotia. Bred by Melissa Rennie and the JTL Risk Stable. Trained and driven to victory by Corey McPherson. The mile in 1:58 and 3. Jackie Pang in the Tuesday night opener at historic Summerside.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the first, Jackie Pang the winner. Traveling Soldier was second. Hockey's Deo 7th. Sergeant Crowley 4th. Arthur Idlam was 8th. Timberly Duke finished ninth. Moonfall fifth. Chromed Up was sixth. Hands Off Nose In third. 28, 58 and 2, 129 and 3, and the mile 158 and 3. In review 127, 489, 563. Jackie Pang paid $19. That Rocky Skierman exactor, a healthy 52.10. Triactor at 235.40, and the superfecta was 81.19.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about HPI PEI rewards. Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. We have an equipment change in here on number 6, Lions Beach Babe. Blind to blinkers and adds a Murphy blind on the right side. There's a look at our selections on the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going 2-3-5, as is backstretch beat Nick Oakes. Classifier's choice is 2-5-3 in tonight's second race in 7 minutes. And there's the win photo from tonight's opener, Jackie Pang, nipping Traveling Soldier on the line. Another great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Second race on parade, Jack Ryan won. Donald Sweet of O'Leary, the owner and the trainer. Tonight, David Dowling. 2 is Makita, owned by Suzanne McKagan, Christina Thompson, and Ronnie McLean. Trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson drives. Mandy's Last Dance, number 3, gets Paul Langell in the driver's seat tonight for owner-trainer Chris McKay, French River. Principal Pally, number 4, owned by Matthew and Douglas Perry of Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collins, Kenny Murphy up. 5 is Elm Grove Chucks, owned, trained, and driven by Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. Lions Beach Babe, number 6, owned by Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown, Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Tommy does the training, Brody McPhee drives. 7 is Handle on You, owned by Atlantic Harness Racing of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes, Ryan DeRage in the driver's seat. 2 minutes, 2 post time. It's closed at the top of the driver's standings at Redshores Summerside. Rocky has the top 5 drivers next.
And there's a look at the top drivers here in Summerside for 2025. A tie for first between Corey McPherson and Mark Campbell, each with 26 wins. David Dowling is close with 25. Adam Murner's close with 20. And Kenny Murphy not far away with 18 wins. Those are the top drivers here at Red Shore Summerside. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Field of 7, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Equipment change on the 6th, Lions Beach Babe from blind to blinkers, and Ed's a Murphy blind on the outside. There's a look at the 2, Makita, 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Malicious for Susan McKagan and Christina Thompson and Ronnie McLean. Blaine McKenna, the trainer. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat tonight. Started here July 19th, Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division from post 4. Finished 6th. Race time 1:58.4, 29.4. On the end of it, took a record in his first lifetime start here, opening day, May 19th from post 6. 2 minutes, 2/5, 29.3 on the end of it. Corey McPherson was in the bike, and he's in the bike tonight for the 2, Makita. Right now, your current choice at 8-5. And there we see the 3, Mandy's Last Dance. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Shanghai Phil out of the Royal Majesty Dam, Lexus Mandy. For Chris McKay of French River, he's also the breeder and the trainer. Paul Langell gets the call tonight. Started here July 22nd, head post 4 and finished 3rd. Just beat a length and a quarter. Race time 2 minutes flat, 31.2 on the end of it. Corey McPherson was in the bike. Just her 5th lifetime start tonight. That's the 3, Mandy's Last Dance with Paul Langell. Your current choice now at 8-5. And there's a look at the 5, Elm Grove Tux, 3-year-old Black Gelding by Bet the Moon for Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. He's also the trainer and the driver. Started here last Tuesday night, left from post 3, finished 2nd, just beat a length and a half. Race time 2 minutes, 3/5, 30.1 on the end of it. Look down, 3 starts to that start at Truro on July the 11th, left from 6 and finished 5th in the dead heat. Race time 1:58.3, 30.4 on the end of it for the 5, Elm Grove Tux with Dana Sweet, 6-1. Let's have a look at the odds board now for tonight's second race. A field of 7 in here. Jack Ryan on the rail with David Dowling at 9-2. Makita post 2 and Corey McPherson at 4-5. The 3, Mandy's Last Dance and Paul Angel at 4-1. Principal Pally is 4 and Kenny Murphy 24-1. The 5, Elm Grove Tux and Dana Sweet 6-1. Lions Beach Babe is 6 with Brody McPhee aboard at 9-1. And Handle On You is 7 with Ryan DeRoche at 10-1. That is the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your selections. The horse and drivers in tonight's second race are moving up to the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Jack Ryan, Makita, Mandy's Last Dance, Principal Pally, Elm Grove Tux, Lions Beach Babe, and Handle On You. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Off stride at the rail goes Jack Ryan. There they go, off and pacing, Handle On You from the far outside, leaving out at the rail, Makita with him, third to the turn. Mandy's Last Dance, Elm Grove Tux away fourth, on the outside fifth, Lions Beach Babe. Then the sixth one is Principal Pally in the backfield. With that break prior to the start is Jack Ryan. Going to the opening quarter, and the heavy favorite on the engine, Makita for Corey McPherson. Handle On You, the long shot away second, all alone in third. Mandy's Last Dance back into fourth is Elm Grove Tux, and racing fifth, Lions Beach Babe. Sixth, that's Principal Pally, and in the backfield, Jack Ryan, 29 and 4. The opening quarter mile, they arrive at 3/8 next. Makita controls with McPherson. Handle On You coming out of the turn is second, racing from third. Mandy's Last Dance, Elm Grove Tux as fourth. Then in fifth, that's Lions Beach Babe. Sixth one, Principal Pally, and the trailer, Jack Ryan halfway home in the second. On the point, that is Makita, the half in a minute and 3. Tracking second is Handle On You. Around the turn, Mandy's Last Dance third. Then in fourth, it's Elm Grove Tux. Racing from fifth, Lions Beach Babe. Sixth, that's Principal Pally, and the trailer, Jack Ryan. The 3/4 comes next, and on the lead, Makita to get him there by almost 2. Handle On You goes second. Third at the rail, that's Mandy's Last Dance. The 3/4 tripped, and they were there in 1:31 and 3. It's a good rating by McPherson on the front end with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Makita turning home. Handle On You is second. Then third and going out, Mandy's Last Dance. Deep stretch now. Makita needing the line. Mandy's Last Dance on the outside. Mandy's Last Dance in a photo finish with Makita. Handle On You is third. Once again, picture time 2:01 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Makita went to the front, 29 and 4, a minute 3. 131 and 3, and here is the stretch drive. Makita, here comes Mandy's Last Dance on the outside. Handle on you at the rail. 98% of the time in harness racing, the outside horse gets this, but it is close on the line. Hasn't even been posted yet. They're battling to the wire here. Makita and Mandy's Last Dance, and who is going to get it? Very close on the line between those two horses. Still in a photo finish here. Not posted on the tote board yet. Makita and Mandy's Last Dance may have finished in a dead heat. Who knows? Vance will let us know in a moment.
Well, Mr. Skirman, you're right on. It's a dead heat here in race number 2. Number 2, Makita, and number 3, Mandy's Last Dance. They land on the wire together. First in the dead heat. Well, that was one of those Corey McPherson daily doubles here in the second race on this Tuesday in Summerside. Makita in the dead heat. Bay facing gelding 3 by Malicious. From Rose Nose by Art Major. Owned by Suzanne McKeegan, Christina Thompson, and Ronnie McLean. Bred by Eldred Nicholson. Trained by Blaine McKenna. Corey McPherson with the daily double. The mile in 2:01. And there is the co-winner, number 3, Mandy's Last Dance. Bay facing filly, 3 by Shanghai Phil off the Royal Majesty Dam. Alexis Mandy, Chris McKay of French River, the owner, trainer, and the breeder. Paul Langell will guide her to a maiden record tonight of 2:01. Mandy's Last Dance, first in the dead heat.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results from the second race: Jack Ryan was 7th, Makita 1st in the dead heat, Mandy's Last Dance 1st in the dead heat, Principal Pally 6th, Elm Grove Tux 4th, Lions Beach Babe was 5th, Handle on You finished 3rd, fractions of 29 and 4, 1 minute 3, 131 and 3 in the mile 201. In review, it's 7, 1 dead heat, 6-4, 5-3. Makita paid $2.10. Mandy's Last Dance at $3. The 2-3 Exactor $3.20. The 3-2 $11.50. 2-3-7 Triactor $23.80. 3-2-7 paid $66.80. The 2-3-7-5 Super at $7.27. The 3-2-7-5 paid $25.55. The 1-2 Daily Double $19, and the 1-3 returning $94.50.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores, Summerside. Eventful night thus far. We had a dead heat here in tonight's second race. Let's talk about HPI Bet. Get points on all Woodbine racing. Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI Bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. Note the number 3, Harry's Line Crew, has been scratched. I'm going with a 157, as is the backstretch beat. Classifier's choices 517 in tonight's third race in 6 minutes. Great shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the third race, about to enter the track on Post Parade, 3 Harry's Line Crew has been scratched. However, the Paramutual incorrectly scratched the 4-entry Howmack Charger. Now, Howmack Charger is going to race for the money and be barred from Paramutual wagering. In the third race, number 4, Howmack Charger, has been barred from Paramutual wagering, but will race for purse money. Baby step back on the third race Post Parade. Norris Rogers driving tonight for owner-trainer Rick Armstrong, Summerside. 2, J.J. Nicky, owned by Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly, and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Jeff Lilly. Jacob Sweet driving. 3, Harry's Line Crew is scratched. 4, Howmack Charger, barred from wagering, racing for purse money, owned by Paul Conway of Bonchon, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. 5, Misbelieving, owned by Brian Ramsey of Summerside, Allison Ramsey of Winslow North, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy up. 6 is No Fool Tobago, owned and trained by Garth Cole of Kensington, driven by Brady Sweet. 7 is Molly Malone, owned by Fred and Carly Painter. Debbie and Neil Ramsey, trained by Fred Painter, driven by Paul Angel. 2 minutes, 2 post time. Rocky is back with a look at the top trainer standings at Red Shores, Summerside.
Thank you, Vance. There is a look at the top trainers thus far, 2025 here at Red Shores, Summerside. Earl Watts leads the way with 13 wins. George Renison second with 10. And then there's a tie with Chris McKay and Jennifer Doyle, each with 8 wins. Those are the top trainers here at Red Shores, Summerside. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. And there is a look at the rail center in here. Baby Step Back, 4-year-old bay mare by Dolly for Ricky Armstrong of Summerside, who also trains. Norris Rogers in the bike. My lifelong friend is looking for win number 1,000. He's 3 away. Hopefully he can get a couple tonight and maybe even the 3. He's on the rail in this one with Baby Step Back. Last start was here July 22nd, left from post 2, finished second by a neck. Race time 1:57.4, 28.3 on the end of it for Corey McPherson. July 15th here, head the rail, finished second, just beat by 2, 1:57.1, 28.3 on the end of it for Kenny Murphy. Looking for his first win of 2025. Could be tonight. Baby Step Back with Norris Rogers at 3-2. And there we see the 5, Misbelieving, 3-year-old bay filly by Believe in Bruiser for Brian Ramsey and Allison Ramsey. Joe Baxter, the trainer, with Kenny Murphy in the bike. Nice start here, July 17th. Left from 2, cut it all out, finished second. Race time 1:57 flat, 29.2 on the end of it at Truro Raceway in the Stanfield on July 6th. Left from 2 and finished 4th, 1:56.2, 29.2 on the end of it. And then had a win here in 1:58.3, 29.1 closing quarter. That was a new life's best. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. Misbelieving from post 5 with Mr. Murphy aboard. Your current choice at even money. And there we see the 7, Molly Malone, 3-year-old bay filly by In the Arsenal for Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey. Fred Painter trains and Paul Angel gets the call to drive tonight. Started here July 22nd. Had the rail, finished 4th, 1:58.3, 28.4 on the end of it for Kenny Murphy. A nice start here July 13th from post 5. Was a winner by 9 lengths going away in 1:57.1. New record, 28.2 on the end of it. Just her 6th lifetime start that night. Molly Malone from post 7. Paul Angel is in the bike. He was in the bike for her record. Post 7, 2-1. And there is that dead heat photo from tonight's second race. Makita on the inside, Mandy's Last Dance on the outside. What a nice photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Dead heat in tonight's second race. Tonight's third race, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Baby Step Back, J.J. Nicky. Hamac Charger, Misbelieving. No Full Tobago. Molly Malone. Top of the stretch. Third race, ready for a start. Offside goes to J.J. Nicky, and there they go, off and pacing, misbelieving, firing to the front here. Baby step back, got away second, dropping in to be third, Hamac Chargers, then fourth. No Fool Tobago. Molly Malone is fifth, and offside at the back, J.J. Nicky. They're quarter pole bound, led by Misbelieving and Kenny Murphy. Baby step back, right on her back second. Back into third, Hamac Chargers. Then in fourth, No Fool Tobago. Racing fifth is Molly Malone, and the trailer, J.J. Nicky. So they arrived at the opening quarter, led by Misbelieving and Kenny Murphy in 28 and 3. The two-hole ride belongs to Baby Step Back. Hamac Charger around the turn third. No Fool Tobago fourth. Molly Malone continues fifth. In the backfield, J.J. Nicky. They approach the opening half mile. Misbelieving the midway point leader on Baby Step Back second. Hamac Charger third. No Fool Tobago fourth. On the outside, Molly Malone moved out of fifth. And the trailer, J.J. Nicky, 58 seconds flat for the half mile. Down to 3/8 of a mile to go. Misbelieving the leader. Baby Step Back continues right on her back second. Hamac Charger third. No Fool Tobago fourth. Stalling on the outside fifth is Molly Malone. And the trailer, J.J. Nicky. They're on by 3/4. Misbelieving is still there and was there in 1:27 flat. They round the top turn for the final time with an 8th left to go. Misbelieving. Baby Step Back heads to the outside for the stretch drive, and they're homeward bound now. Baby Step Back takes over late. Misbelieving No Fool Tobago. Baby Step Back in line to Norris Rogers. Misbelieving second. No Fool Tobago third. And the time for the mile, 1:55.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's third race, brought to you by Universal Media. Misbelieving and Kenny Murphy went to the front tonight, 28 and 3, the half up in 58 seconds. Down to 3/4 in 1:27 flat. Baby Step Back and Norris Rogers all over Kenny Murphy's helmet the whole way. I knew he was going to win this race. When he moved off this mare's back, this mare flew down the stretch, new life's best, 1:55.4, and the countdown, there's a great shot by Matthew McLean, Universal Media. The countdown now is 2 for Norris Rogers. Win number 1,000 is coming up, hopefully tonight. Baby Step Back and Norris Rogers, they're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
You just watched Norris Rogers' 997 career winners. Baby Step Back going to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle here in the third. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Dolly off the Western Hanover Dam. Ingrid Hanover, owned and trained by Rick Armstrong of Summerside, bred by Paul and Meredith Walker. Norris Rogers will guide her to victory, and she's never been better than she just was tonight here in Summerside, pacing to a new race win record of 1:55.4. Baby Step Back in the third.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the third race. Baby Step Back, the race winner. JJ Nicky was 6. Harry's Line Crew was scratched. Halmac Charger finished 4th. Ms. Believing was 2nd. No Fool Tobago 3rd. Molly Malone 5th. 28 and 3, 58, 127, and the Mild in 150, 5 and 4. In review, it's 1-6 scratched. 4-2, 3-5. Baby Step Back paid $420. The Exactor was $670. The 156 try $1270, and the 1567 Super at $246.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Norris Rogers now just 2 wins away from win number 1,000. Can't express how excited that I am for him. A lifelong friend, Norris Rogers, since we were just little kids here running around the racetrack in Summerside. Very excited. Hope he gets it tonight. Let's talk about McRae's Atlantic Sire Stakes. Thank you to McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 4th race. Note the 6, Hurricane Fiona, has been scratched. I'm going with a 3-1-2. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam as they make their way out of the paddock. Backstretch beat going 3-1-7. Classifier's choice is in here, also 3-1-2 in tonight's 4th race in 6 minutes.
Maiden Pacers for the 4th race parade. Number 1, Lady Helena, is owned by Blaine Tebow from Kensington, trained by Joe Baxter. Corey McPherson drives. St. Patrick's Morn, number 2, owned and trained by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford, Robbie Chappell. Fire and Blood, number 3, is owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Mike Downey, and Mike drives. Four is Camco Haley, owned by Claire Murphy, Daryl Murphy, and Beaton's Farm Cardigan Head PE. David Dowling trains and drives. Nevaeh Divine 5, owned by Walter Dangle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepard, Colin Shepard driving. 6, Hurricane Fiona is scratch. Number 7, You Already Have, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, Dunsan Farms of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Norris Rogers. Mac and Daff, number 8, Johnny McNeil of Cornwall, the owner, trainer, and the driver. 3 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Super High Five comes up in race 5. Back in race 16, featuring the industry low 15% takeout.
Heading out to the track for tonight's 4th race. Maiden Pacers in here. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, Triactor, win, place, and show. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $56. And landing on the 3 in here, Fire in Blood, 2-year-old bay colt by Blood Money for Dr. Mitchell Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Mike Downey is the trainer and the driver. First lifetime start was here July 16th, the PEI Colt Stakes, left from post 6 and finished second. Race time 1:59.1, 28-3 closing quarter. Mike Downey was in the bike. He's in the bike tonight. Second lifetime start for the 3, Fire in Blood. Right now your current choice at 1-4. Don't forget to get your 50-50 tickets. Brenda's up here right now in the oval. 50-50. And there's a look. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Lady Helena, 2-year-old bay filly by Cattle Wash. For Blaine Tebow of Kensington, Joe Baxter, the trainer, Corey McPherson's looking for a driving triple tonight early. Qualified here on July 22nd from the rail, finished second, 2:02 flat, closed it out 30-3. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. First lifetime start for Lady Helena with Corey McPherson, who's hot tonight. Right now, even money. And there's a look at the 2, St. Patrick's Morn, 2-year-old brown gelding by Malicious for Alan McDonald of East Biddeford, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Robbie Chappell in the bike. First lifetime start was here July 22nd, had the rail. Finished 4th, 2:02-3, 30-1 on the end of it. Robbie Chappell was in the bike. Good looking colt, St. Patrick's Morn with Robbie Chappell from post 2. Good odds, 53-1. Let's go out to the track for tonight's fourth race. Have a look at the odds board. Lady Helena on the rail. Corey McPherson at 6-5. St. Patrick's More in post 2 with Robbie Chappell at 48-1. And that mare White Sand Whisper, who's also the mother of Whistler, Old Buck, and Wizard, who goes here tonight. Great producing broodmare, and she was a nice mare that raced here in Summerside too for Alan McDonald. Fire and Blood 3 with Mike Downey at 1-4. Camco Haley 4 and David Dowling at 39-1. Nevea Divine is 5 with Colin Shepherd at 83-1. The 6 is scratched. You already have with Norris Rogers 7 at 35-1. And Mac and Daff post 8 with Donnie McNeil 43-1. That's the field for tonight's fourth race. Good luck with your plays. Maiden Pacer scratched down to a field of 7, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's fourth race. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Oh, rockin', my arithmetic wasn't real good. I had Norris at 997. You corrected me. Joy from Standard Red Canada worked with a great group. He's at 998. Lady Helena, St. Patrick's Morn, Fire and Blood, Camco Haley, Nevea Divine. You already have Mac and Daff. Here they come. Off stride, Camco Haley prior to the start. The rough and pacing, leaving out Fire and Blood headed to the lead. Second, St. Patrick's Morn to their outside. Into the turn you already have. Then along the rail, Lady Helena. Up into fifth is Nevea Divine. Then Mac and Daff got away 6. And the trailer after the break. Camco Haley on the backstretch they go to the opening quarter. And here comes. You already have is going to be a long shot leader for Norris Rogers over to the quarter. Second, that is Fire and Blood racing from third, Lady Helena. Then in fourth, that's Nevea Divine. Fifth is St. Patrick's Morn, 30-2 the opening quarter. Racing from 6, Mac and Daff and the trailer playing catch-up. Camco Haley. Off the paddock turn they come towards the half mile, and that long shot leader you already have. And Rogers going to get them halfway home by 2. Second is Fire and Blood. Then in third, Lady Helena racing fourth. That is Nevea Divine. Fifth at the rail, St. Patrick's Morn. Then 6 is Mac and Daff. 7, Camco Haley. 102. And 3, a very comfortable second quarter of 32-1. Up the backstretch they go to 3/4 next. The leader you already have. Here's Fire and Blood on the outside second, racing third. Lady Helena off the leader's fourth, Nevea Divine. Then fifth is St. Patrick's Morn. 6 is Mac and Daff, and the trailer, that's Camco Haley. 3/4 32-3, 30 seconds flat in the third. Shade more than an eighth of a mile left to go. Fire and Blood and the veteran Mike Downey turning for home, the leader. Second, Lady Helena. In at the rail, third, you already have, but it's the Blood Money Colt. Fire and Blood on the line for Mike Downey. Tight for the deuce. Look like Lady Helena come back on. Then you already have. And the time for this mile in 2:01.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. You already have, and Norris Rogers fired from post 7, and they get to the front 30-2, the half in 102-3. Chucked a third quarter in 30 seconds flat for 132-3 as Fire and Blood moved to the outside with the veteran Mike Downey, and they're home and cooled here tonight to win in 2:01-4. That is a maiden record for this 2-year-old good-looking blood money colt of Dr. Mitchell Downey's of St. John, New Brunswick. Another great shot by Matthew McLean of Universal Media. Again, Mike Downey gets the win with Fire in Blood. 2:01-4. Lady Helena in there for second with You Already Have third. So it's 3, 1, and 7 unofficially. Here in the fourth, we're going to see Fire in Blood and Mike Downey in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Fire and Blood on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from tonight's fourth race. Bay Pacing Colt 2, the son of Blood Money, is off the Ponderosa Dam Pangoon. Home of Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Bred by Charlotte Ranch of New Brunswick. Mike Downey trains and drives, and the colt will pace to a maiden record of 2:01-4. Fire and Blood delivers in the fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the fourth race: Lady Helena finished second, St. Patrick's Morn fifth, Fire and Blood the race winner. Camco Haley was seventh. Nevaeh Divine finished fourth. Hurricane Fiona was scratched. You Already Have was third. Mac and Dab finished sixth. The fractions were 30-2, 102-3, 132-3. The mile in 2:01-4. From the top, your program reads 251, 74 scratched, 36. Fire and Blood paid $2.30 to win. The exactor $3, Triactor $12.40, Superfecta 488.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 16 races on tap here tonight, 4 races in the books. Let's talk about the Home Hardware Maritime Breeders. 2025 editions of that stake will take place at Red Shore Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 5th race. But before that, let's talk about some equipment changes in here. Dolly Sky adds a choke plate. Number 7, Red Dirt Diamond, from close to can't see back bridle. It's all good. Number 8, equipment change, removes the Z guide and adds a check bit. Number 9, JJ Brienne, blind to open bridle and adds a tail tie. And our selections on the screen in tonight's 5th race. Vance and I are coming up with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I like a 5-6-9 backstretch beat going 1-6-3. Classifier choice is 3-2-1. We're all in different directions here in the upcoming 5th race. Great shot at the Atlantic Post calls. Paddock Cam, post time in 7 minutes. There's a look at that place photo from tonight's 4th race. On the line, you're seeing the 1, Lady Helena, just nipping. You already have. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Animosity on the Race 5 Post Parade. Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley owns and trains. Ryan DeRoss drives. Mockbrook Pro number 2, owned by Paul Conway of Bonchon. Zach Conway of Charlottetown, trained by Paul Conway. Zach Conway driving. Sweet Sylvia 3 is owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. Norris Rogers up. J.J. Kinley 4, Von Doyle trains and drives for owner Darla J. Charlottetown. Dolly Sky the 5 is owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape. Kyle DeRoss trains and drives. 6 is Fernhill Jubilee. Home of Joe Baxter of Spring Valley and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills. Joe does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. 7 is Red Dirt Diamond. Brett Clow in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Dina Clow, New Haven. It's All Good wears number 8 on the Colleen Chapel of Red Albin and Wayne Pike of Summerside. Colleen does the training, driven by David Dowling. Number 9 is J.J. Brienne, owned by Alan Jones of Riverview and Normal Leisure, Shediac, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones, driven by Brady Sweet. 3 minutes to post time, and Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in our first Super High Five of this Tuesday night. We thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And Mr. Skirman must congratulate you. It takes a lot of handicapping to find a $19 winner like you did tonight in the opener, and it takes even a little more skill to get a $52 exactor. Congratulations on your opener try and your opener exactor. But as you mentioned prior to the parade, you were up and down the program or all over the map. Well, so am I in here. Gerard Smith is making it real difficult for you and I to get another key to the club. I went to the $5 Sky. This mare hasn't been down to 401 since she landed on the island. Her owner, Vance McMillan, and I went to the vocational school together back in the 70s, and I've always congratulated him on the mare being so good. She just hasn't been as sharp here this year, but tonight I think is going to be her night. I like the 3, Sweet Sylvie. The Norris Rogers watch continues, just 2 away. I'll use number 9, J.J. Brienne for 3rd, then the 6, Fernhill Jubilee, and the 1, Animosity closes out my Super High Five. Let's go down to you, Rock, and your choices.
Well, I like the 5 as well. And as you mentioned about Vance McMillan, he's a great guy. I had a chat with him not too long ago out west, and we took a horse up there. He's a great guy, Vance McMillan. My father had horses for him many years ago. So I'm going with the 5, Dolly Sky to win this. The 6, Fernhill Jubilee for 2nd. The 9, J.J. Brienne for 3rd. Then Sweet Sylvia for 4th. The 3, and then the 7, Red Dirt Diamond to close out my Super High Five. So I like 5, 6, 9, 3, 7. Vance going 5, 3, 9, 6, 1. Good luck and get in on the Super High Five. Let's have a look at the odds board here for tonight's 5th race. A full field of 9 in here. Animosity and Ryan DeRoche on the rail at 5-1. Mockbook Pro and 2 with Zach Conway at 44-1. Sweet Sylvia leaves 3 with Norris Rogers at 8-1. The 4, J.J. Kinley with Von Doyle at 44-1. Dolly Sky 5 and Kyle DeRoche at 5-2. Fernhill Jubilee is 6 with Kenny Murphy at 9-1. Red Dirt Diamond 7 with Brett Clow at 13-1. It's All Good with David Dowling at 3-1, and the 9, J.J. Brienne, the back tier. Brady Sweet aboard, your current choice at 2-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 5th race. Super High Five time. Good luck with your selections. Want to give a shout out tonight to Jackie Strongman, watching the races over in Nova Scotia. When I was in Ottawa, Jackie dropped off some papers here to Red Shores, some old race reviews, and I had a look at those the other day. I really appreciate you dropping them off to me, Jackie. And looking through those old race reviews, Vance, I come across in 1976, a young Jimmy Whalen at 20 or 21 years old, won 73 races right here in Summerside, had over 100 wins on the island that year. Alir Pino had 115 wins that season on Prince Edward Island tracks. Up to you for the call of race 5.
You know, Rocky, back in the day, people find it hard to believe, but we raced 90 times in Summerside. They raced 90 times in Charlottetown, all in the span of one calendar year. They're lined up here in the 5th race on this Tuesday night, this beautiful Tuesday night at historic Summerside. Super high 5 time. Post time. Up and pacing, Dolly Sky is leaving out on the rail. That's Animosity. Third to the turn is Mockbrook Pro. Towards the inside, J.J. Brienne follows through. Now she's third. Mockbrook Pro on the outside fourth. Sweet Sylvia goes 5th. From the outside in 6th, It's All Good. Away 7th. J.J. Kinley. Then 8th is Red Dirt Diamond. And the trailer 9th, that's Fernhill Jubilee. Along the backstretch for the first time going to the quarter, Dolly Sky and Kyle DeRoche on the engine. Second is Animosity racing from third, J.J. Brienne. Fourth at the rail, that's Mockbook Pro. 28 and 4 the opening quarter. Dropping in 5th, It's All Good. Then racing from 6th, Sweet Sylvia. 7th around the turn towards the rail, J.J. Kinley, followed by Red Dirt Diamond in 8th, and the trailer in 9th, Fernhill Jubilee in straight alignment at the midway point. Dolly Sky halfway home by 2.5 on Animosity. Third is J.J. Brienne. Racing from 4th is Mockbook Pro. 59 seconds flat was the half mile. 5th, It's All Good. Then in 6th, it's Sweet Sylvia. 7th, that's J.J. Kinley on the outside. 8th is Red Dirt Diamond, and trailing 9th, Fernhill Jubilee. Dolly Sky got the jump on him going to 3/4. J.J. Brienne is taking over second. Third at the rail, Animosity. Moving up 4th on the outside, It's All Good. Then in 5th, along the rail, Mockbook Pro. Red Dirt Diamond 6th, Sweet Sylvia 7th, with J.J. Kinley 8th, and Fernhill Jubilee 9th. 1:28 and 3 the 3/4 time. Just an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Dolly Sky is trying to see it through. Animosity is second. Third is J.J. Brienne. Up the inside, Mockbook Pro. Set the camera up. They're coming from everywhere here. It's All Good and Animosity on the line. Mockbook Pro not far away. That's why we have picture time in harness racing. 1:59.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 5th race. I did not see this one coming. Dolly Sky goes to front, 28-4, 59, 128 and 3. I figured this race was over. She has yet to return to last year's form. And here is the stretch drive. There's 5 of them across the track here with Mockbook Pro up the inside. We have Animosity, Dolly Sky, It's All Good coming in the far outside here, but on the line first, it is close. It looks like Animosity is going to get in here to win this one. Animosity does win this one, 1:59 and 3. That is a new race win record. In for second is the 8, It's All Good. Up for third, the 2, Mockbook Pro, 1:82. Unofficially, in tonight's 5th race, we're going to see Animosity and Ryan DeRoche in the Woodmere Standardbridge winner's circle next.
Animosity wins the photo finish showdown here in the Super High Five. She's going to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle. Animosity's a bay-facing filly 3 by Malicious. Off the Peruvian Hanover Dam, A&G's Creek. Owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, bred by Jeff Henniger of Nova Scotia. Ryan Durage guiding her to victory and a new pacing record tonight of 159 and 3. Animosity upsets them in the Super High Five at Summerside.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results in race 5. Animosity the winner, Mockbook Pro third. Sweet Sylvia was 6th. J.J. Kinley finished 8th. Dolly Sky was 4th. Fernhill Jubilee was 9th. Red Dirt Diamond 5th. It's All Good was 2nd. J.J. Brienne finished 7th. They went 28 and 4, 59, 128 and 3, and the Mild in 159 and 3. In review, 136, 849, 527. Animosity, 2750 on the nose. Exactor, 250, 260. Triactor, 760, 55. No word on the Super High 5 here in the 5th. 6th race next, 7 minutes.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 5 races in the books. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Wild Horses. You can take your ticket with the Wild Horses, an exclusive play for on-track customers. You can take your ticket for a chance to win a jackpot of $25. For customer convenience, you can now collect your jackpot winnings right from our seller. It's offered on every race. The Wild Horses tag is an instant pick ticket for on-track customers only. Ask your seller to tag your ticket with the Wild Horses. And selections are coming up next, but we have an equipment change on the 4. Mrs. Gallant goes from a blind bridle to an open bridle. And here comes our selections for tonight's 6th race. It's unanimous here. We're all going 3-2-1. We danced anyway over the 2 Woodmere Bullet and the 1 You Bet I'm Lazy. 3-2-1 in the 6th race in 6 minutes. And there's a place photo from tonight's 5th race. You'll see It's All Good on the outside, just nipping Mockbook Pro on the line. That's a great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Sixth race on parade, number 1, You Bet 'Em Easy, owned by Jeff Lilly, Donald Josie, Blair McLaughlin, and Douglas Lowthers, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy drives. Woodmere Bullet 2, owned by the stable Woodmere Bullet from Brunswick, Ohio, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson. We Danced Anyway, number 3, owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Dwayne McCacherin. David Dowling drives. Mrs. Gallant 4, owned by Peter Gilby of Lens, Nova Scotia, and the BMD Memorial Stable of Crapo, trained by Joe Baxter, Ryan DeRage. 5 is Covalicious Rhymes, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace, Jacob Sweet driving. Chacon number 6, owned by Walter Daigle from Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepard, Colin Shepard aboard. Fancy Gal 7, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers. A Redland Rain number 8, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Don McNeil Jr., trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell aboard. 2 minutes to post time. The Redshores 20th anniversary giveaway is now underway. Rocky has those details next.
Thank you, Vance. This year marks the 20th anniversary of Redshores Charlottetown, and we're celebrating in style. Customers who spend $20 or more on casino, racing, or dining at Redshores Charlottetown, they'll receive a ballot for a chance to win weekly prizes and the grand prize of $20,000 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Gold Cup and Saucer Night, Saturday, August the 16th. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 6th race. There is a look at the 3, We Danced Anyway. Exactor 20-cent superfecta, triactor win, place, and show in here. Equipment change on the 4. Mrs. Gallant goes from a blind to an open bridle. There's We Danced Anyway. 2-year-old Black Filly by Shadow Play. For Walter Walker of Inverness, James McGuinness of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Dwayne McCachran is the trainer. David Dowling in the driver's seat. Last start was in Summerside here, July 17th. Left from 6, finished second. Race time 1:57 flat. 29-1 on the end of it. David Dowling was in the bike. 4th lifetime start tonight for We Danced Anyway. With David Dowling in the bike, your current choice at 1-9. And there we see the 2, Woodmere Bullet, 2-year-old Big Gelding by Malicious for the stable Woodmere Bullet of Brunswick, Ohio. Jamie Smith, the trainer. Corey McPherson gets the call tonight. Started here July 16th from post 3, finished 5th. 2 minutes 4 fifths, 30-1 on the end of it. Truro Raceway on July 6th, left from post 6, was a winner by a neck. 159 flat. Maiden record, 30-1 on the end of it. Adam Murner was in the bike, and that was his first lifetime start. Woodmere Bullet, 3rd lifetime start tonight. Post 2 with Corey McPherson at 19-1. And there's the rail sitter, You Bet I'm Easy, 2-year-old Brown Filly by Tobago Kays for Jeff Lilly, Donald Josie, Blair McLaughlin, and Douglas Lowthers. Joe Baxter trains. Kenny Murphy in the bike. Started here July 17th from post 2, finished second. With broken equipment, 2:01 flat for Kenny Murphy, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Right now, 51-1. And I have an anniversary shout out tonight to Lee Drake and Jennifer Evans, celebrating 25 years of wedded bliss, and they're watching on the deck tonight in Charlottetown. Happy anniversary to you lovely couple. Vance Cameron, the 6th race is moving up to the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to you for the call.
Oh, and congratulations to Lee and Jennifer Rock. Lining up here in the 6, You Bet I'm Easy, Woodmere Bullet, We Danced Anyway, Mrs. Gallant, Covalicious Rhymes, Chicon, Fancy Gal, Redland Rain, top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing, We Danced Anyway is leaving out on the rail. That is You Bet I'm Easy. Then the 3rd one to make the turn. Off stride at the rail. You Bet I'm Easy jumped it off. And off stride, Woodmere Bullet was on the run. And off stride goes Chicon. To the backstretch they go. We Danced Anyway, alone on the lead for Dowling. Second is Woodmere Bullet, racing from 3rd. Covalicious Rhymes. Then in 4th, along the inside is Redland Rain, racing from 5th up the rail. You Bet I'm Easy. Chicon is 6th, and the trailer, Fancy Gal, 29-3 was the opening quarter mile, and the inquiry sign is lit on that infield toeboard. Judges' inquiry underway in the 6th. Retain your tickets. We Danced Anyway, coming towards half mile. Woodmere Bullet is 2nd. Covalicious Rhymes 3rd, racing from 4th. That's a Redland Rain. Then in 5th, Mrs. Gallant. 6th one is Chicon. Then in 7th, You Bet I'm Easy. And the trailer, Fancy Gal. 1 minute and 1/5 was the half mile. Over to the 5/8 they go. We Danced Anyway, leading Woodmere Bullet. Covalicious Rhymes is 3rd. Then in 4th, that is a Redland Rain. 5th is Mrs. Gallant. Chicon going 6th. 7th, that is You Bet I'm Easy. And trailing the field, Fancy Gal. They arrive at 3/4, and the leader, We Danced Anyway. Woodmere Bullet is 2nd, on to take over 3rd. Redland Rain 1:30 and 2 the 3/4. Into 4th is Mrs. Gallant. Covalicious Rhymes 5th. 6th is Chicon. They're turning down the home stretch. We Danced Anyway, all alone here for Dowling. Racing from 2nd, Woodmere Bullet. Redland Rain is 3rd. Mrs. Gallant 4th. We Danced Anyway, and Dowling all the way. 2nd, that is Woodmere Bullet. 3rd, that's a Redland Rain. And the time for the mile in 1:59.4. Reminder of the inquiry, retain your tickets here in the 6th.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race. Under an inquiry here. Hold all tickets. We danced anyway, and David Dowling, I think, escaped all that inquiry stuff. 29-3 to the quarter. On top of the half in a minute 1/5. Down to 3/4 in 1:30-2. And here's the stretch drive. We danced anyway, and David Dowling going to get a maiden record tonight. They go coast to coast in 1:59-4. Woodmere Bullet in there for second with Redland Rain third. So it is 3-2-8 unofficially in the sixth. But under an inquiry here, another great shot by Universal Media. Hold all tickets in tonight's sixth. But we'll see We Danced Anyway and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
We Danced Anyway, going to shuffle right to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle here in the sixth. Pacing Black Philly, she's 2 by Shadow Play. From the Big Jim Dam, See the Lights and Go. Owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Walter Reed's the breeder. Now trained by Dwayne McCackeren, driven to victory by David Dowling to a maiden record of 1:59-4. We Danced Anyway in the sixth. The judges' inquiry here in the sixth race involves the conduct of the race going to the first eighth.
Here is a look at the judges' inquiry in tonight's sixth race. You'll see some breaking horses there, the rail horse and a couple of more, and they're going to go around the turn here, and you're going to see the 2 also makes a break. That is the judges' inquiry in tonight's sixth race. Retain your tickets.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry from the sixth race. Racing officials deemed that number 2, Woodmere Bullet, made the break on his own, interfered with numbers 5, 6, and 7. Woodmere Bullet finished second and will be placed 8th.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 Stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results from the sixth race, You Bet 'Em Easy was 7th, placed 6th. Woodmere Bullet finished 2nd, was placed 8th for interference on a break. We Danced Anyway, the race winner. Mrs. Gallant finished 4th, was placed 3rd. Covalicious Rhymes finished 6th, was placed 5th. Chican finished 5th, was placed 4th. Fancy Gal finished 8th, was placed 7th. Redland Rain finished 3rd, was placed 2nd. Fractions of 29 and 3, 1 minute 1, 1:30 and 2, and the mile in 1:59 and 4. From the top after the placing, 681, 354, 72. We Danced Anyway at 210. The exactor was 194.20. The triactor 730.50. Super effective carryover of over $588.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight with 6 races in the books thus far. Let's talk about the Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draws. They're back at Red Shore, Charlottetown on live race days in Charlottetown. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes 1 table of 4 at the trackside patio on Gold Cup and Saucer night, 1 night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and 4 Old Home Week passes, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Saturday, August the 2nd at Red Shores, Charlottetown. And there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam, sliding the selections into the screen as they're coming out. I like a 5-2-6. Backstretch beat going 2-3-1. And the classifiers choices 2-5-6 in tonight's 7th race in 6 minutes.
Silver Hill Lightning on the 7th race post parade, owned and trained by Stacey Darrow. From Stratford, Brody McPhee drives. J.J. Patrick 2, owned by Mark Land and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Rick does the training. Tonight, Ryan DeRage. Wild River Coyote number 3, owned by Corey and Laura Walsh of Springdon, trained by Nick Oakes. Norris Rogers drives. For Instant Shadow, owned by the Ultimate Stable and Don Hubbard of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifoy Melanson. Wayne Hubbard drives. Number 5, The Big Chase, owned by Ian and Kenneth McKinnon and Sonny McDougall of Nova Scotia, trained by Luke Burke, Corey McPherson. Phil Dorleans, number 6, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, Lyndon Hardy of Coleman, trained by Alan McDonald. Kenny Murphy drives. 7, Bolden Bad, owned and trained by Dina Clough of New Haven, Brett Clough aboard. 3 minutes to post time. Rocky has more on the Graduate Series for horses and geldings, presented by Luke Beck and Kay's Wholesale.
That's right, Vance. Red Shores is pleased to host the Graduate Series in Summerside and Charlottetown. Eligible horses will compete in 2 legs during the series, and the top 8 money earners will advance to the Horses and Geldings Final on August 26th right here in Summerside. Thank you to title sponsor Luke Beck and Case Wholesale for their continued support of harness racing on Prince Edward Island. And don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Brenda's up here right now again in the Oval. Last call 50-50. And for memberships for the Prince County Horsemen's Club, you can get those at the canteen in the paddock, at the Win Place and Show canteen. Also at the souvenir booth located on the north end of the grandstand. Memberships must be in by August the 31st in order to qualify for the awards banquet. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, Win Place, and show wagering. Landing on the 5 in here, the Big Chase, 8-year-old Bay Gelding by Western Paradise. For Ian McKinnon, Kenneth McKinnon, and Sonny McDougall, Luke Burke is the trainer. Corey McPherson looking for a driving triple tonight. He's in the bike. Started here July 19th, left from post 2 and finished 5th. Race time 1:57.3. Closed it out in 31 seconds flat. Corey McPherson was in the bike. Dropping down in class in here tonight is the 5, the Big Chase with Corey McPherson, 5-2. And there's a look at the 2, J.J. Patrick, 8-year-old Bay Gelding by Image of Dawn for Mark Galland and Ricky Armstrong. Ricky trains, looking for a training double tonight. Ryan DeRoche in the bike, looking for a driving double. J.J. Patrick, last start was here July 22nd, left from post 6 and finished 6. Race time, 1:57.4, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. July the 18th here, ahead the rail. Finished 2nd, just beat by half a length. Race time, 1:55.2, 28.2 on the end of it. Mark Campbell was in the bike for that start. J.J. Patrick looking for his 27th career win. Post 2 with Ryan DeRoche at even money. And there we see the 6, Field Orleans, making his 5th start of the season, qualified here July 22nd. Head post 3 was a wire-to-wire winner by 7.5 in 2 minutes 3/5, 29-4 on the end of it for Robbie Chappell. He's looking for his first win of 2025. It's Field Orleans. Had 2 wins last season, 156-3, season's best at Charlottetown. Kenny Murphy aboard, 3-1. Let's have a peek at the odds board for tonight's 7th race with a field of 7. Silver Hill Lightning on the rail and Brody McPhee, 6-1 on your screen right now. The 2, JJ Patrick, Ryan Darash aboard. Your current choice on the board at even money. Wild River Coyote, Norris Rogers is just 2 away from 1,000, 7-2. Instant Shadow is the 4 with Wayne Hubbard, 99.99. The 5, The Big Chase and Corey McPherson at 7-2. The 6, Field Orleans and Kenny Murphy at 3-1. And to round out the field, that's Bold and Bad with Brett Clough at 14-1. That's the field for tonight's 7th race. Good luck with your selections.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 9 tonight, we have a late scratch. In the 9th race, scratch number 4, Watchmaker. He will not go. If you advance wagered, refunds are available at any window. Race 9, scratch number 4, Watchmaker.
Got another happy anniversary shout out tonight. 36 years of wedded bliss to Art and Jesse Rogers. Congratulations and happy anniversary, Art and Jesse, from all of us here at Red Shores as tonight's 7th race. Field of 7 lines up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Silver Hill Lightning, JJ Patrick, Wild River Coyote. Instant Shadow, The Big Chase, Field Orleans, and Bold and Bad. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing, The Big Chase leads out with Wild River Coyote, JJ Patrick, then into the turn, Silver Hill Lightning, getting away a 5th. Along the inside goes Instant Shadow, then Field Orleans, and the trailer, Bold and Bad, quarter pole bound, led by The Big Chase and Corey McPherson. Into 2nd is JJ Patrick. On the outside, 3rd is Wild River Coyote. 4th up the rail, Silver Hill Lightning. Then in 5th, it's Instant Shadow, followed by Field Orleans and the trailer, Bold and Bad. They were at the quarter in a solid 28 seconds flat. The Big Chase, the fraction setter, as he rounds the paddock turn for time 1. Getting the 2-hole ride is JJ Patrick. Finding a spot 3rd is Wild River Coyote. 4th, Silver Hill Lightning. Instant Shadow goes 5th. Then 6th is Field Orleans and the trailer. 7th to Bold and Bad. They're halfway home in the 7th, led by the Big Chase, and he was at the half in 57 and 2. He'll be the leader at the 5-8. Tracking second is J.J. Patrick. Wild River Coyote third. Instant Shadow fourth on the outside. Fifth up the rail to Silver Hill Lightning. Phil Dorleen takes out in 6. Bold and Bad 7th. Here comes the 3/4, and the Big Chase will get them there. J.J. Patrick is second. They're coming 3 wide. Now on the outside third. Phil Dorleans is getting into it late. 3/4 in 1:27 and 3 as they round that top turn. The final time, 1/8 of a mile out. Here's J.J. Patrick on the outside. Up to engage the Big Chase. Phil Dorleans in the passing lane. Deep stretch now on the wire. Here's Phil Dorleans in line to Kenny Murphy. Looked like the Big Chase come back on second, then J.J. Patrick, and the time for the mile, 1:57.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. We saw the Big Chase in Corey McPherson, 28 the half, 57-2, 127-3 to 3/4. Phil Dorleans went 3 wide to get into contention. Kenny Murphy, a smart little drive here, goes up the inside, and he gets the job done here tonight in 157-3. First win of 2025. In for second. The Big Chase come back on there for second with J.J. Patrick third. So it's 6-5-2 unofficially. In tonight's 7th race, we're going to see Phil Dorleans and Kenny Murphy going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Phil Dorleans headed to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle here in tonight's 7th race. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 10 by Shanghai Phil. Off the ship's Purser Dam, Legend Dorleans. Owned by Ken Williams of Ellerslie and Lyndon Hardy of Coleman. Bred by Eucharis Dorleen and Gaston Levesque of Quebec. Trained by Alan MacDonald, Kenny Murphy will guide him to victory in 157-3. Phil Dorleans in the 7th. Here's the official results in race 7. Silver Hill Lightning 5th. J.J. Patrick 3rd. Wild River Coyote was 7th. Instant Shadow finished 6th. The Big Chase was 2nd. Phil Dorleans was the race winner. Bold and Bad finished fourth, fractions of 28. 57 and 2, 127 and 3, and the Mild in 157 and 3. In review, 537, 62, 14. Phil Dorleans paid $12.50 to win. The Exactor 55.90, Triactor 125.90, Superfecta 131.38.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Let's talk about Island Oceans Trot Series. Red Shores is pleased to present the 2025 Island Oceans Trot Series. The first three legs of the series will go for a purse of $6,500 each, followed by the final on Sunday, October the 12th, for a purse of $15,000. Thank you to title sponsor Berkey by the Bay Stables for their continued support of harness racing here on Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 8th race. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going with a 6-1-2. Post time picks goes 6-2-3. And the classifier's choice is 6-4-1 in tonight's 8th race in 6 minutes.
Eighth race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Halmac Exclusive, owned by Leith Wade, Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman. Leslie does the training. Corey McPherson drives. Pendleton Rodeo number 2, owned by Tyler Burke of Ottawa, Ontario. Robin and Ava Burke of Brackley, trained by Adam Murner. Tonight, Brody McPhee catch drives. Woodmere Ideal Art number 3, owned by the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifoy Melanson, Norris Rogers. Starship Glide number 4, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell drives. Doc Awesome number 5, owned by Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron. Darla does the training. Tonight, David Dowling. Little Leroy number 6, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable. Joe Baxter does the training, and the drive goes to Kenny Murphy. 2 minutes to post time. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is this Saturday at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Rocky has more information coming up next.
Thank you, Vance. The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. It is scheduled, as Vance said, for this Saturday, August the 2nd at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 6th, Little Leroy, 4-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable. Joe Baxter is the trainer with Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. Started here on July 19th, Governor's Plate Consolation Bob Doer Memorial for $15,000. Head the rail, finished 4th. Race time 1:53.1. Closed it out 29 seconds flat. Go down 5 starts there to that start. 4 starts actually to that start in Charlottetown on June 21st. Left from 3 was a winner by 3/4 of a length, 1:52.2. That was his 9th lifetime win and a new race win record. 8th lifetime win, new race win record. He took his 9th lifetime win after that here in Summerside on July 1st in 1:54.2. It's the 6th, Little Leroy with Kenny Murphy, your current choice at 1-2. Back out to the track for tonight's 8th race. The 1 Hamac exclusive. My second choice apparently is off the track. There's the 2 Pendleton Rodeo. It's a 4-year-old bay horse by betting line for Tyler Burke of Ottawa, Ontario. Robin and Ava Burke of Brackley, Prince Edward Island. Adam Murner, the trainer, with Brody McPhee in the driver's seat. Scratched from here on the 18th of July. Last start was July the 12th at Charlottetown. Left from post 2. Cut it all out. Finished 4th. Just beat a length and a half. 1:55.4. 28.4 on the end of it. Start before that, Charlottetown, July the 5th. Left from 4. A winner by a length and a quarter in 1:54.4. Closing quarter 28 seconds flat. Adam Murner was in the bike. Pendleton Rodeo, post 2 with Brody McPhee tonight, 8-1.
One Hamac exclusive back to the paddock for a shoe repair.
Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 8th race. While the one Hamac exclusive gets a shoe tacked on, he's on the rail with Corey McPherson at 5-1, Pendleton Rodeo 2 and Brody McPhee at 9-1. The 3, Woodmere Ideal Art with Norris Rogers 15-1. Starship Glide 4 and Paul Angel at 2-1. 5, Doc Awesome on your screen right now with David Dowling at 4-1. And the 6, Little Leroy, he's on your screen right now. Current choice at 4-5. That's a look at the field for tonight's 8th race. Last call to make your selections. Good luck. Well, there's a look at the one Howmac exclusive back on the track. 4-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Leith and Les Waite and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite the trainer. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started here July 18th, left from post 3 and finished 4th. Just beat by a length and a half. Race timed 154 and 3, 28 and 1 on the end of it. Has 3 wins this season. Took a record earlier on of 154 and 3 at Charlottetown. Howmac exclusive on the rail tonight. Corey McPherson aboard at 4-1. Tonight's 8th race, good-looking field of 6, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Howmac exclusive, Pendleton Rodeo, Woodmere Ideal Art, Starship Glide, Doc Awesome, Little Leroy. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing Doc Awesome, the first one out. Second is Pendleton Rodeo. Between horses, Woodmere Ideal Art. Then Little Leroy comes up fourth. The getaway fifth, Hamac Exclusive. Then the trailer, Starship Glide. They swing to the backstretch, led by Doc Awesome and David Dowling. Woodmere Ideal Art is second. Gonna keep coming on the outside. Third is Little Leroy. Fourth up the rail, Pendleton Rodeo. Back into fifth, Hamac Exclusive. And the trailer, Starship Glide, the new leader, packs the quarter. Little Leroy takes over for Kenny Murphy, and they were sitting up in here. Boom! Just like that, 27-3, the opening quarter mile time. Little Leroy made the lead. Second is Doc Awesome, then third, Woodmere Ideal Art, Pendleton Rodeo fourth. Fifth is Hamac Exclusive, and the trailer six is Starship Glide. They're halfway home, led by Little Leroy in 55-4. Around the turn, arriving at 5/8. The leader there, Little Leroy. Doc Awesome is second. Third, that's a Woodmere Ideal Art. Starship Glide advancing fourth on the outside. Fifth up the rail, Pendleton Rodeo. On the outside, six. That is Hamac Exclusive. They're at the three-quarter pole. Little Leroy, the leader on Doc Awesome. On the outside, third is Starship Glide. The three-quarters in 1:25-4. Just an eighth of a mile out. And Little Leroy turning home. Starship Glide has him now on the outside. Third up the rail, Doc Awesome. Fourth, that is Woodmere Ideal Art. Here's Starship Glide now on the outside. Starship Glide. Paul Angel will double up. Little Leroy second, Doc Awesome third. And they stop the clock in the eighth in 1:55-1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's eighth race. Little Leroy paid a big-time price to get to the front tonight. 27-3. He made it there. The half in 55-4. That's 28-1 in the second quarter. Three quarters in 1:25-4. And here's the stretch drive. Little Leroy comes back on through the middle here. I thought he might come back on to win, but Starship Glide gets the job done tonight for Paul Angel. Paul Angel in the bike for his win tonight in 1:55-1, right to this horse's record. Starship Glide, the winner. In for second is Little Leroy. Doc Awesome third. It's 4-6-5 unofficially in the eighth, and we'll see Starship Glide and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle next.
There's Starship Glide on his way to the 8th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 5 by Control the Moment off the American Ideal Dam American Chocolate. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale. Bred by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts. Paul Angel has his second winner tonight for the double. The horse pacing right to his record of 155-1. Starship Glide doubles up Paul Angel in the 8th. Here's the official results in race 8. Howmack Exclusive 6th. Pendleton Rodeo 4th. Woodmere Ideal Art 5th. Starship Glide the race winner. Doc Awesome finished 3rd. Had broken equipment. Little Leroy was 2nd. They went 27-3, 55-4. 125-4, and the mild at 155-1. In review, 645. 132. Starship Glide 1350 to win. The Exactor 3850. Triactor 110.10. And the Superfecta 30.38.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We got 8 races in the books, and now we're going to talk about the Red Shores Late Pick 4. Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card here at Red Shores Summerside and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. Scratch the 4, Watchmaker. Late scratch of the 4, Watchmaker here in the 9th. I'm going with a 258 now. I had the 4 in there for second, but now it's 258. Post time picks and the classifiers choices don't get to do that like I do. They're going 245. Classifiers choices 421. But nope, once again, the 4 Watchmaker is a late scratch in here. 9th race in 7 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $528. The winning number is 212549. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $528, 212549. There is a second chance draw using those same 50-50 tickets. It's for a jacket, and that winning number 212699. 212699 for a jacket. Compliments of Steve Arsenault Insurance. On the ninth race post parade, number 1 Solid Silver, owned and trained by Stacy Darrow from Stratford. Brody McPhee drives. Brookdale J. Mack, number 2, owned by Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell up. James Rains, number 3, is owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. 4 Watchmaker is scratched, number 5, Brookdale Jim, owned by Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Kenny Murphy catch drives. Felt wears number 6, owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Jay Noy. Ryan DeRoche. Acrobat Handler 7, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, trained and driven by Taylor Doyle. 8 is Hunger Pangs, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna. Corey McPherson drives. 3 minutes to post time for backstretch beat post time picks, free race programs, and winning favorites. Visit Red Shores Player Portal.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering. Scratch the 4, Watchmaker out of here. Looking at the 2 now, Brookdale J. Mack. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by He's Watching for Doug and Douglas Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains. Paul Angel's looking for a driving triple tonight. He's in the bike. Last start, 2 starts were winning ones. July 18th here, had the rail right down the road. A record of 1:55.2. Ryan DeRoche in the bike, 30 seconds on the end of it. And then the last start here, July 22nd, that was last Tuesday night. Left from post 5 was a winner by 6 1/4 in 1:57 flat, 30-4 on the end of it. Paul Angel was in the bike for that one. Post 2 tonight, Brookdale J. Mack with Paul Angel. Your current choice at 1-2. And there's another Brookdale on the screen. That's the 5, Brookdale Jim, 11-year-old bay gelding by Articulator for Doug and Douglas Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia. They're also the breeders of this one. Phil Sizer trains. Kenny Murphy gets the call to drive tonight. Last start was here, July 19th, Governor's Plate night. Had the rail. Finished 3rd, 1:57 flat, 30-4 on the end of it. Paul Angel was in the bike. You look 3 down to that start here, July the 8th from post 7. A winner by 3 3/4 lengths in 1:57.4. 29 seconds flat on the end of it for Paul Angel. It's Brookdale Jim, moves in a spot with the scratch of the 4. Mr. Murphy aboard right now, 9-2. And there's the 8 Hunger Pangs, 10-year-old bay gelding by Peng Shui for Suzanne McKagan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia. Blaine McKenna trains. Corey McPherson's looking for his driving triple tonight. Last start here, July 22nd. That's last Tuesday. Left from 4 and finished 5. Race time 1:55.3. 28-1 on the end of it for Ryan DeRoche. He had 2 wins this season thus far. 1:55.4. 4 starts down here on July the 1st. Wire to wire. Corey McPherson was in the bike, closed it out 28-3. Post 8 tonight for Hunger Pangs with Corey McPherson. Good odds, 9-1. Tonight's ninth race, scratch down a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Solid Silver, Brookdale J. Mack, James Rains. Brookdale Jim Fout, Acrobat Hanover, Hunger Pains. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Brookdale J. Mack is firing out. Hunger Pangs from the far outside. At the rail, Solid Silver. Around the turn, third. Then to get away, fourth, James Range. Fifth is Brookdale Jim. Racing from 6 is Fout, and the trailer, Acrobat Hanover. They're quarter pole bound. Brookdale J. Mack is the leader by almost 3 for Paul Angel. Second is Solid Silver. Now in third, Hunger Pangs. Back into fourth, James Range. Brookdale Jim has 5th. Fout goes 6th. And the 7th one is Acrobat Hanover. They arrived at the quarter in 28 and 2. Brookdale J. Mack, fraction setting, coming off the paddock turn for time 1. 2-hole ride belongs to Solid Silver. Then third is Hunger Pangs. James Rain continuing 4th. He's followed by Brookdale Jim Fout and Acrobat Hanover. Halfway home in the 9th, led by Brookdale J. Mack, the lead 2, and the half mile 56-4. Consecutive 28 and 2 splits. Brookdale J. Mack will take him by 5/8. Solid Silver under urging in the 2-hole. There goes Hunger Pains to the outside third. James Rains is 4th. Brookdale Jim is on the outside 5th. Fout goes 6th, and on the outside 7th, that is Acrobat Hanover. They're by 3/4, opening by 3. Brookdale J. Mack in 126 flat. Solid Silver along the rail, regaining second. Hanging on the outside third is Hunger Pangs. 3 wide fourth. Brookdale Jim is coming late. James Rains along the rail. Down the stretch they come. Brookdale J. Mack. Solid Silver coming with them on the outside. James Rains in the passing lane. Just got it all for Jacob Sweet. James Rains, then Solid Silver, and tight on the line for show. Time for the mile, 1:56:30.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Brookdale J. Mack goes to the front, tries to bottom them out. 28-2, 56-4, 126. Here is the stretch drive. Solid Silver just would not go away. And up the inside, James Rains, who comes into this one with a record of 2 minutes and 3/5. Well, he's going to shatter that one tonight. He gets a new race win record tonight. Jacob Sweet aboard, 156-3. Solid Silver in there for second, up for third. That is the 2. Brookdale J. Mack, 3-1-2 unofficially. In the 9th, we're going to see James Rains and Jacob Sweet. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Breds Winner's Circle next.
There's James Rains on his way to the 9th race winner's circle. Bay-pacing Stallion, the 5-year-old son of Lazarus, off the rock and roll Hanover Dam Double Jeopardy. owned, trained, and driven to victory by Jacob Sweet of Valeri, bred by Deo Volante Farms, Federico Centevez of New Jersey. The mile 156 and 3 becomes a new pacing record on 3 James Rains as he upsets the 9th. Here's the official results from the 9th race. Solid Silver second, Brookdale J. Mack third. James Rains the race winner. Watchmaker was scratched. Brookdale Jim finished fifth. Felt was sixth. Acrobat Hanover fourth. Hunger Pangs was seventh. Fractions went 28 and 2. 56 and 4. 126. And the mile 156 and 3. From the top, your program reads 231, scratch 5647. James Rains, $36 on the nose. The exactor, 183.10. The triactor, 439.40. Superfecta carryover.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshores Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about Red Shores bets. Red Shores is pleased to offer our players the I'll Pick 5 with a guaranteed pool on the first 5 races of our program. Players can also enjoy 2 Super High 5s and a Late Pick 4 with the $1,000 guaranteed pool, all with the industry low 15% takeout. For the first time ever, PEI players can now earn points when they play the horses at Summerside and Charlottetown through HPIBet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. Equipment change on number 9 in here, Mac Hanover. Ed's a Murphy blind inside and a sidelining bit. I'm going 397. Post time picks 391. Classifier's choices 159 in tonight's 10th race in 6 minutes.
No one has claimed the 50-50 money of $528. It's 212-549. The 50-50 winning number for the cash, 212-549. And the jacket's unclaimed at 212-699. 212-699. 10th race on parade, Crosscut number 1, owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Jay Noy. Zach Noy is the driver. 2 is Pineapple Express, Willie McKay of Port Alvin, the owner, trainer, and driver. Twisted Joke number 3, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sir Floyd Melanson, driven by David Dowling. Hemingway 4, Brett Clough driving for owner-trainer Abby Clough, Cornwall. 5 is Starship Destiny, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives. 6 is My Ambrose, owned by Carl and Jason McDougall of Ellerslie. Carl McDougall is the trainer, driven by Ryan DeRoche. Bet the Bull is 7, owned by Martin Keffer of Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Robbie Chappell driving. Number 8 is Get Home Terry, owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie, trained by Edgar Stewart. Kenny Murphy aboard. 9 is Mac Hanover. Andrew Williams of Richmond is the owner and the trainer. Corey McPherson drives. Final call to wager on race number 10, the 66th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer, featuring a purse of a $100,000 schedule for Saturday, August 16th, and proudly presented by Atlantic Lottery.
PEI is a special place with a special race, the Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 66th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
The papermaker and Dr. Ian Moore win the Gold Cup and Saucer. Here is Rock, Diamond, and Mitchell Cushing. They win the Gold Cup and Saucer. Cup and Saucer, 26, driven the winner, Robbie Hennessy all the way.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Let's head to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Still time to make your selections here for the 10th. I'm landing on the 3, Twisted Joke, a 4-year-old bay gelding by McWicket. For the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, Sifua Melanson is the trainer. David Dowling in the driver's seat. David looking for win number 2 tonight. Last start was here, July 17th, left from 4. Was a winner by 3 lengths in 2 minutes 4/5. That was a new race win record. Closed it out 29-1. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. David Dowling drives tonight. The 3, Twisted Joke at 1-9. And there we see the 9, Mac Hanover, 11-year-old brown gelding by McCardle for Andrew Williams of Richmond, Prince Edward Island. He also trains. Corey McPherson in the bike. Started here Governor's Plate night, July 19th. Left from 7, finished 5th. Placed 7th. Race time 1:57.3, 29-3 on the end of it. He's still looking for that first win of 2025. It's Mac Hanover in the back tier. Corey McPherson is looking for win number 3 tonight. Right now, 6-1. And for some of you long shot players out there, there is a look at the 7, Bet the Bull. 5-year-old bay gelding by Betting Line for Martin Kipper of Elmwood, Ontario. Jim Barlow trainer. Robbie Chappell in the driver's seat. Started here July 19th. Left from 4. Finished 4th. Race timed 1:57.2. 29-3 on the end of it. He's looking for win number 1 of 2025. Bet the Bull with Robbie Chappell. Good odds, 42-1. Tonight's 10th race has a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Crosscut, Pineapple Express, Twisted Joke, Hemingway, Starship Destiny, My Ambrose, Bet the Bull, Get Home Terry up front. Have a trailer this time around. That's Mac Hanover, top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Rough and pacing Pineapple Express, the first one out. Cross cut along the rail. Third one to the turn, Starship Destiny. Mac Hanover follows through to be fourth. From the outside, Bet the Bull fifth. Up the rail, Twisted Joke sixth. Seventh, that's Hemingway. My Ambrose is eighth, and the trailer ninth. Get Home Terry on the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter, led by Pineapple Express and Willie McKay. Second up the rail, cross cut racing from third, Mac Hanover, then fourth, Starship Destiny. Bet the Bull could not find the pylons. He's overland fifth, racing sixth and going to the outside. Twisted Joke just 31 and 1 for the opening quarter mile. Pineapple Express the leader. Bet the Bull now on the outside second, third at the rail. That is Crosscut racing fourth, Mac Hanover. Twisted Joke picks up fifth, Starship Destiny sixth, then it's Hemingway seventh, My Ambrose eighth, and the trailer ninth. Get Home Terry halfway home in the 10th. The leader there, Pineapple Express, in 101 and 1. 30 seconds flat in the second panel. They arrive at 5/8. Pineapple Express the leader. On the outside, Bet the Bull out all the way. Twisted Joke pouncing on them now. 3 wide, going after the leader. Coming 3 wide on the outside, fourth, Starship Destiny. Cross cut at the rail, has nowhere to go. By 3/4, new leader Twisted Joke. Starship Destiny moves up second, 1:30 and 3 the 3/4. Mac Hanover takes over third. Pineapple Express now fourth, and they're headed on down the home stretch now. On the lead, Twisted Joke. Starship Destiny on the outside second. Pineapple Express on the wire. Twisted Joke will win for David Dowling. Second goes to Starship Destiny. There will be a show photo. And the time for the mile in race number 10, 1:59 and 1. Inquiry sign now posted. 10th race under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Pineapple Express crawled to the front, 31 and 1. The half in 101 and 1. Down to 3/4. Twisted Joke and David Dowling went 3 wide at that station in 1:30 and 3. And here is the stretch drive. We're seeing Twisted Joke, my top selection in this one, going to get the job done here tonight in 1:59 and 1. That is a new race win record. David Dowling gets his second win of the night. Great shot by Universal Media's Matthew McLean on the camera outside. For the slow-mo tonight, in for second is the 5, Starship Destiny. Mac Hanover up there for third, so it's 3, 5, 9 unofficially in tonight's 10th race. Under an inquiry, hold all tickets, but we will see Twisted Joke and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Judge's inquiry involves the conduct of race number 10 at the 7/8. Twisted Joke on his way to the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, the 4-year-old son of McWicked, is off the Sunshine Beach Dam. Crack Me Up Blue Chip over the Ultimate Stable, Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Bred by Winback Farm. Trained by Sifwine Melanson. David Dowling, second winner on the night for the double. Horse pacing to a new record of 159 and a 1. Twisted Joke and the Dowling double in the 10th. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10th race inquiry is ongoing. The racing officials have made the top 4 finishers official. 3, 5, 9, 2. Twisted Joke paid $5, the Exactor $20.70, the Triactor $56.60, and the Superfecta $41.16.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. Just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I like a 137. Post time picks at 135. And the classifier's choice is 137 in tonight's 11th race in 7 minutes.
$5,000 claiming Pacers on the 11th race parade. Number 1 is Almanac, owned by Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling drives. Number 2 is Judicial, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. Ryder Renison drives. Hardy Mill Joe, number 3, owned by Matthew Perry of Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collings. Paul Langell. Salisbury Pika 4, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee aboard. Number 5, Pam, owned and trained by Von Doyle of Charlottetown. Ryan DeRoche drives. Unbridled Fury, number 6, owned by Kenneth Graham of Kensington, trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy up. 7 is Hamac Powerball, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. Aidan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison. Tonight, Brady Sweet. 3 minutes to post time. A special thank you going out to Northumberland Ferries for their continued support of harness racing on Prince Edward Island.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say still is.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Exactor 20 cents superfecta, Triactor win place and show wagering. Equipment change on the 2. Judicial adds a Tony Morgan spreader outside and adds a tail tie. Landing on the rail sitter in here, Almanac. He's a 7-year-old bay gelding by a rock and roll dance for Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall. Jennifer Doyle is the trainer. David Dowling will do the driving. Started here July the 19th. Head post 5 was a winner by 2 in 156 and 2. 30 and 3 on the end of it. 4th win of the season for him. 154 season's best at Charlottetown this year. Almanac on the rail. David Dowling in the bike right now, 4-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the complete and the official rundown from tonight's 10th race. Dealing with the judge's inquiry, racing officials deemed that number 7, Bet the Bull, interfered with number 1, Crosscut, at the 7/8. With number 1 finishing ahead of number 7, there were no placings required. Here's the official and the complete rundown in the 10th. Crosscut was 5th. Pineapple Express 4th. Twisted Joke, the race winner. Hemingway was 7th. Starship Destiny 2nd. My Ambrose 9th. Bet the Bull 6th. Get Home Terry was 8th. Mac Hanover finished 3rd. Fractions of 31 and 1, 101 and 1, 130 and 3, and the mile time 159 and 1. In review, 541, 729, 683.
There's a look at the 3. Hardy Mill Joe, 7-year-old brown gelding by Sports Writer for Matthew Perry of Charlottetown. Tammy Collins, the trainer. Paul Angel in the bike. Last start here, July 22nd, last Tuesday night from post 2. Cut it all out, just got beat by a neck. 156 and 4, 29 and 2 on the end of it. Paul Angel was in the bike. The 3, Hardy Mill Joe with Paul Angel looks for a driving triple tonight. And right now they are at 2-1. And there we see the 7, Halmac Powerball, 4-year-old bay gelding by Peng Shui for Renison Racing Incorporated of Truro, Nova Scotia. Aidan Farish of Summerside. George Renison is the trainer. Brady Sweet in the driver's seat. Last start, last Tuesday night here from post 3 was a winner by a neck in 156 and 4. That was a new raceman record. Closed it out 29 seconds flat. David Dowling was in the bike. Halmac Powerball leaves 7 tonight. Brady Sweet will drive. Good odds, 7-1.
$5,000 claimers in the 11th. Almanac Judicial. Hardy Mill Joe, Salzburg Pika. Pam Unbridled Fury and Hamac Powerball, top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing. Judicial leaving out. Almanac along the rail, joining them to their outside is Salzburg Pika 3rd. The 4th one to round the turn. Hardy Mill Joe. Unbridled Fury got away fifth with Hamac Powerball and the early trailer. That's Pam seventh. Up the backstretch, it's Almanac for David Dowling. The heavy favorites on the engine. Racing from second, that's Judicial. Third up the rail is Salzbrook Pika. In mid-pack fourth, that's Hardy Mill Joe. Then fifth on the cones is Unbridled Fury. Sixth is Hamac Powerball, and trailing seventh, that's Pam. They were at the opening quarter mile. They were there in 30 and 1. Almanac having his own way for Dowling on the front end, leads it by 2. Racing from second, that is Judicial. Out of the turn, third is Salzbrook Pika. Hardy Mill Joe is eyeing the outside from fourth, and there he goes. He's underway. Fifth is Unbridled Fury with Hamac Powerball and Pam the trailer. Halfway home in the 11th. Almanac getting him there, and he stopped the clock at the half in a minute and 3. Racing from second, now up on the outside, that is Hardy Mill Joe. Third up the rail, Judicial. Racing from fourth is Salzbrook Pika. Unbridled Fury continues fifth with Hamac Powerball in sixth. Pam has dropped back seventh. They're at 3/4. Almanac at the rail to his outside. Hardy Mill Joe. Third up the rail, that is Judicial. Salzbrook Pika fourth. 1:29 and 4. The 3/4, eighth of a mile out. Almanac turning for home. Second is Judicial. Hardy Mill Joe back to third, and Salzbrook Pika fourth. Deep stretch now. Almanac. Dowling goes all the way. Dowling triples up. Rallying second, Salzbrook Pika. Judicial will finish third. And the time for the mile in 1:58 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Almanac and David Dowling go to the front tonight. 30 and 1, the half a minute 3. Down to 3/4 in 1:29 and 4. Here's the stretch drive. Salzbrook Pika with a late rally here. Raced really good tonight for Brody McPhee. But Almanac and David Dowling. David goes back-to-back tonight, and he gets his third win in 1:58 and 1 with Almanac's 27th lifetime win, 5th of the season. Salzbrook Pika in for second. Judicial is third. It's 1-4-2 unofficially in tonight's 11th race. We're going to see Almanac and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner Circle next.
A lot of backlash in this $5,000 claimer was the winner of the 11th. That's Almanac. Bay Pacing Gelding 7 by a rock and roll dance off the Real Artist Dam, Ginger and a Fred. Owned by Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall. Bred by the Diamond Creek Farm. Trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling picks up win number 3 tonight for the triple. And the horse on top at every call. Mile in 1:58 and 1. Almanac in the 11th to triple up driver David Dowling. Now the official results in race 11, Almanac was the winner. Judicial finished third. Hardy Mill Joe fourth. Salzburg Pika was second. Pam finished seventh. Unbridled Fury was fifth. Halmack Powerball finished sixth. They went 30 and 1 minute 3, 129 and 4, and the mile in 158 and 1. In review 134, 27, 56. Almanac paid $240 to win. The exactor 1330, triactor 5640, and the superfecta was 1956.
And just a note from Standard Canada, anyone that qualified, please don't forget to pay your eligibility fee. Your horse is suspended until paid, and you cannot enter to qualify or race. Just a note from Joy at Standard Canada, anyone that qualified, please don't forget to pay your eligibility fee. Your horse cannot race or qualify until it's paid. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Got 11 races in the books. David Dowling's got a driving triple. Paul Angel has a couple of wins, as does Corey McPherson. Let's talk about the McDonald Family Pace. It's scheduled for Friday, August the 8th at Red Shore, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old pacing fillies that are 100% owned by Prince Edward Island residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and they're not maritime sired or maritime foaled. Join us in August for the McDonald Family Pace at Red Shores, Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race. Mark It Up number 2 is an equipment change, adds knee boots. Number 6 Wizard goes from a Swedish blind to a can't see back bridle. I'm going 4-6-1, as is the post time picks. Classifier's choice is 4-5-1 in tonight's 12th race in 7 minutes.
On the 12th race post parade, number 1 Flamin' Freddy, owned by Renison Racing and Nicholas Fleming of Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Brady Sweet driving. 2 Mark It Up, owned by Kimberly Mark, Jeff Lilly, Mark Golan, and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Rick Armstrong, Kenny Murphy drives. 3 Mr. William, owned by Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. Almost Amos, number 4, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of Valeri, trained by Dwayne McCachran, Brody McPhee. Sword from the Stone, number 5, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman and Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach, trained by Donald Sweet, David Dowling catch drives. Number 6, Wizard, owned by Ken Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald, tonight Norris Rogers. Number 7 is Brookdale Thomas, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell drives. 3 minutes to post time when HPI PEI customers wager on Woodbine Standard Bred and Thoroughbred. Players can now earn valuable HPI bet points. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 12th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Equipment on the 2 and the 6 in here. The number 2, Mark It Up, adds knee boots. Number 6, Wizard, goes from a Swedish Blind to a Can't See Back Bridle. There's my top selection. The 4, Almost Amos. 4-year-old Big Yelling by All Bets Off for Darla and Zoe McCachran. Dwayne McCachran trains with Brody McPhee in the driver's seat. Started here July 22nd, last Tuesday night from post 3 and finished second, just beat by quarter of a length. Race timed 1:55 flat, closed it out 28-1 for Brody McPhee. Brody's in the bike tonight of the 4, Almost Amos. Right now your current choice at 1-2. And there's a look at the 6, Wizard. 4-year-old Big Yelling by Stonebridge Terror for Kent Williams of Ellerslie. Alan McDonald is the trainer with Norris Rogers in the driver's seat, just 2 wins away from 1,000. I hope he gets it tonight because I'll have to go to Charlottetown the next few cards if he doesn't. Last start for Wizard was here July 22nd. Head post 2 was a winner, 1:57.3. 30 seconds flat on the end of it for Kenny Murphy. Start before that, Governor's Plate night, July the 19th. Had the Rail was a winner by 3/4 of a length. Lifetime best, 1:55 flat, 29. And 4 on the end of it. Adam Murner was in the bike for that one. Post 6 tonight for Wizard with Norris Rogers, 13-1. And there's the rail sitter in here. That is Flaming Freddy. 3-year-old Big Yelling by Flameproof Hanover for Renison Racing Incorporated and Nicholas Fleming of Nova Scotia. George Renison is the trainer. Brady Sweet will drive. Started here on July 19th. Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division. Left from post 2. A wire-to-wire winner in 1:57 flat. Closed it out in 28-4. Right to his record that he took 3 starts ago here on July the 1st from post 7. A winner 1:57 flat, 28-1 on the end of it. Brady Sweet in the bike for both of those, and he's in the bike tonight on the rail. It's Flaming Freddy, 2-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for tonight's 12th race with Flamin' Freddy and Brady Sweet at 2-1. Mark It Up 2 with Kenny Murphy at 9-1. Mr. William is the 3 with Corey McPherson at 38-1. The 4, Almost Amos and Brody McPhee. Current choice at 3-5. Sword from the Stone 5 with David Dowling at 7-2. Wizard 6 with Norris Rogers at 17-1. And the 7, Brookdale Thomas with Paul Angel. All 9s on the board. That's the field for tonight's 12th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 12th race has a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting 8. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Flamin' Freddy, Mark It Up, Mr. William, Almost Amos, Sword from the Stone, Wizard, Brookdale Thomas, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Almost Amos, the first one out. Sword from the Stone going with him at the rail, third into the turn. Flamin' Freddy, Mark It Up, will get away fourth. Then the fifth one. Around the turn goes Mr. William. Wizard goes sixth, trailing seventh. That is Brookdale Thomas. Straight alignment in the early going here. Up the backstretch they go. The heavy favorite right on the engine. Almost Amos in line to Brody McPhee. Sword from the Stone will get the two-hole trip, racing from third. That's Flaming Freddy. Fourth at the rail, Mark It Up. Mr. William has fifth. He's followed by Wizard and the trailer, Brookdale Thomas. 29 and 1 was the front quarter. They're still in straight alignment now as they move off the paddock turn. They have the half mile in their sights, led there by Almost Amos. Sword from the Stone goes second. Flamin' Freddy third. Mark It Up is fourth. Then in fifth it's Mr. William. Sixth is Wizard. Brookdale Thomas seventh. No movement. Half a mile in the books. 58 and 3.5. Over to the 5/8 they go. The unchallenged leader, Almost Amos, will take him to the backstretch for time 2. Stalking second. Sword from the Stone. Flaming Freddy is tipped out from third. Mark It Up fourth. Wizard on the outside fifth. Mr. William rides the rail sixth. On the outside seventh. Brookdale Thomas, the 3/4 completed in 1:28 flat. They round the top turn for the final time. Arriving at the 7/8. Almost Amos turning home. Flaming Freddy on the outside. Sword from the Stone into the passing lane. Deep stretch now. Almost Amos. Sword from the Stone up the inside. Dowling may have the grand slam in here. Then Almost Amos and Flaming Freddy. Time for the mile, 1:56 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. Almost Amos goes to the front, 29 and 1, 58 and 3, 128. Here is the stretch drive. Sword from the Stone gets a great trip in here, and he's going to come up the rail for David Dowling to get his 3rd win in a row tonight, 4th win on the card. He scores tonight with Sword from the Stone in 1:56 and 1. That's a new race win record for Sword from the Stone. Almost Amos did all the work in there for second. Flamin' Freddy third. It's 5-4-1 unofficially. In tonight's 12th race, we're going to see Sword from the Stone and a hot David Dowling. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
David Dowling has just hit for the Grand Slam on this Tuesday night here in Summerside as Sword from the Stone takes him to the 12th race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 4 by Arthur Bluechip. Off the Modern Art Dam, Sastina, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman and Gordy McCollum from Brackley Beach. Bred by Jeff Henniger of Nova Scotia, trained by Donald Sweet. David Dowling's fourth winner tonight, quadruple time, new record on the horse, 156-1. Sword from the Stone, and the Dowling Grand Slam in the 12th. Now the official results in race 12, Flamin' Freddy third, Mark It Up sixth, Mr. William fifth. Almost Amos was second. Sword from the Stone, the race winner. Wizard finished fourth. Brookdale Thomas seventh, 29-1, 58-3, 128, and the mile 156-1. In review 365, 2147. Sword from the Stone paid $12.70. The Exactor $23.60, Triactor $56.30, and the Superfactor was $18.97.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshores Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. David Dowling's hot tonight. He's got 4 wins, including the last 3 in a row. Let's talk about the Graduate Series. JD Marine and Diving. Redshores is pleased to host the Graduate Series in Summerside and Charlottetown. Eligible horses will compete in 2 legs during the series, and the top 8 money earners will advance to the Mayor's Final on August 28th at Redshores, Charlottetown. Thank you to Cam McPhee with JD Marine and Diving Incorporated for their continued support of the Prince Edward Island harness racing industry. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 13th race. Equipment change on number 5 in here. Sporty Spice adds a head pole on the inside. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going 3-1-2 in here. Post time picks at 1-2-3. Classifier's choice is 2-3-1 in the 13th race in 7 minutes.
Run for the Money will lead the 13th race on Post Parade, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside, Brandon McDougall of Alberton, Brady Sweet trains and drives. Timberley Lady number 2, Jacob Sweet trains and drives for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Starship Beauty number 3, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the conditioning, driven by Paul Langell. Princess Halo 4, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington, Junior Baglow of Freetown. Garth Cole does the training, driven tonight by Kenny Murphy. 5 is Sporty Spice. Brett Clough drives for owner-trainer Sylvia Hall-Andrews, Nanaimo, British Columbia. She's a Lover 6, Robbie Chappell of Summerside, the owner-trainer and the driver. Brookdale Shelley is 7, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Brody McPhee drives. 8 is Love Party, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. Final call for wagering here on a race number 13. You're watching Race Day from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Now a message from HPIBet.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 13th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. It's also the start of the late Pick 4, guaranteed 20-cent Pick 4. Landing on the 3, Starship Beauty, 4-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Windermere Farms of Springvale, and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle trains with Paul Angel in the driver's seat. Last start was here last Tuesday night from post 6. Was a winner by 9 3/4 lengths in 1:57.1, 29 seconds flat. On the end of it, Starship Beauty draws a better post than she has been lately. Post 3 tonight with Paul Angel in the bike. Paul's looking for win number 3. Right now, your current choice at 1-9. And there's a look at the rail sitter. Run for the Money, 5-year-old bay mare by Sports Writer for Chandler McIsaac of Summerside and Brandon McDougall of Alberton. Brady Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from post 4, finished 6th. Race time 1:58 flat, 30 seconds flat. On the end of it for Brady Sweet, 2 wins this season, 1:58.4 season's best at Charlottetown. Run for the Money on the rail with Brady Sweet. Good odds, 7-1. And there we see the 2, Timberley Lady, 4-year-old bay mare by Pang Shui for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Jacob's looking for win number 2 tonight. Last start was last Tuesday night here from post 4, finished 4. Race time 1:57.3, 30.4 on the end of it. She has 2 wins this season, including a record of 1:57.1 right here at Summerside. Timberley Lady leaves 2 tonight. Jacob Sweet looking for win number 2, and right now they're 3-1. Tonight's 13th race has a full field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Run for the Money, Timberly Lady, Starship Beauty, Princess Halo, Sporty Spice, She's a Lover, Brookdale, Shelley, and Love Party. Top of the stretch. Thirteenth. Ready for start. Rough and pacing Princess Halo fires out along with Timberly Lady. Run for the Money along the rail. Joining them in the far outside, Brookdale Shelley fourth. Then the fifth one, Starship Beauty. 3 high, Love Party comes 6. She's a Lover goes 7th. At the rail in 8, Sporty Spice quarter pole bound. It's Timberly Lady and Jacob Sweet on the lead. Racing from second, that is Princess Halo. Away third is Run for the Money. Dropped in fourth is Brookdale Shelley. Love Party, she'll get a spot in fifth. Starship Beauty races from sixth. Then Sporty Spice is seventh. The trailer, She's a Lover, 28 and 4 was the opening quarter mile time. They're at the 3/8 pole in straight alignment. On the point, Timberly Lady, the fraction center. Princess Halo goes second. Run for the Money third. Starting to the outside fourth, Brookdale Shelley underway. Moving up fifth on the outside is Starship Beauty. On the cone 6 is Love Party. Then it's Sporty Spice 7th. Trailing the field, She's a Lover, 59 and 2. The opening half mile. Midway round the clubhouse turn they go. Arriving at 5/8, Timberly Lady on the lead. To her outside, Brookdale Shelley, the challenger. In the pocket third, Princess Halo. Up fourth now. On the outside is Starship Beauty. On the cones fifth, Run for the Money with nowhere to go. Love Party 6, Sporty Spice 7th. She's a Lover, the trailer. 3 wide by 3/4. 1:29 flat. They're on the turn for the final time. Arriving at the 7/8. Timberly Lady still there, and she's homeward bound. Princess Halo is second. On the outside, Starship Beauty coming late third. Deep in the stretch now, Timberly Lady, Princess Halo, Starship Beauty. Timberly Lady looks to hang on in here. 4 of them across the track, and the time for the mile was 1:58.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race. Timberly Lady and Jacob Sweet, they go to the front, 28-4, the half in 59-2, 3/4 in 1:29. Here's the stretch drive. Starship Beauty coming on the outsides, running in a little bit here. Paul Angel had to pull her head off the wheel of the 2-horse here, and they're going to battle to the wire. The 4 Princess Halo along the rail as well, Run for the Money, and on the line late it is the 2, Timberly Lady, hangs on to win over the 3, Starship Beauty. In for third is the 4, Princess Halo. 2, 3, 4 unofficially here in the 13th race under an inquiry. Hold all tickets. Jacob Sweet doubles up tonight. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Judges' inquiry is underway here in race number 13. Racing officials will be examining the stretch drive, and it does involve the winner, number 2, Timberly Lady. Judges' inquiry, retain your tickets.
Here's the inquiry. What the judges are looking for in the stretch here involves the winner, as they mentioned, the 2, Timberlea Lady. Here is the stretch drive, and this is what they're looking at. This is the inquiry underway here in tonight's 13th race. Judges' inquiry. Hold all tickets.
The result of the 13th race inquiry, no violations. Timberlea Lady survives the judges' inquiry here in the 13th. She'll go to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Pang Shui off the Stonebridge Regal Dam. Duchess Colleen, owned by Timberlea Standardbreds of Alberton, bred by Jansen Sweet Valeria. Jacob Sweet has the training double. Jacob Sweet has the driving double on this Tuesday night, and the mare stops the clock in 1:58 and 2. Timberlea Lady doubles up Jacob Sweet in the 13th. Here's the official results in the 13th. Run for the money 4th. Timberlea Lady, the race winner. Starship Beauty 2nd. Princess Halo 3rd. Sporty Spice 5th. She's a Lover finished 8th. Brookdale Shelley was 6th. Love Party 7th. Fractions of 28 and 4. 59 and 2. 129 and the mile in 158 and 2. In review, it's 412 358 67. Timberlea Lady returning 730 to win. The exactor 1660, triactor $81, superfecta $852.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 14th race. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going to go 872 in here. Post time picks going 659. Classifiers choices 879 in tonight's 14th race. Field of 9 in 7 minutes.
Harlequin Romance on the 14th race post parade, owned by Barry Bigger of Summerside, trained by Jason Bigger, Brody McPhee driving. Tobin's Future 2, owned by Jason Bigger and Robin Wilson of Muscush. Jason does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Thinking of Eddie, number 3, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady is the trainer-driver. Elm Grove Quest, number 4, owned by Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. The Real Princess, number 5, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson. Mike Downey drives. Canvas of Stars, number 6, owned by Eric Wilson from Dundas, Ontario. Mallory Davies from Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies. Ryan DeRaja. Glenview Ronda, number 7, is owned and trained by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Keith Legg aboard. 8, Going Yard, owned by Renison Racing and Aidan Ferris, trained by George Renison. David Dowling. Number 9, Roll With It Darling, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace. Tonight, Paul Angel drives. 3 minutes to post time. The Guardian is the title sponsor of the James McGregor Memorial, scheduled for Friday, August 15th.
The Guardian is the title sponsor of the James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation. This special race is held annually during Gold Cup week and honors the contributions of the McGregor family to the harness racing industry.
And the Maritime Magic Man has the quadruple Perio and Avatar J.
Don't miss this year's race, scheduled for Friday, August 15th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation, proudly presented by The Guardian.
And there's a look at the win photo from tonight's 12th race. Sword from the Stone getting up to nip Almost Amos on the line. That's a good photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 14th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering, landing on the 8, Going Yard. I know he's a long way out. She's a 5-year-old mare by Always a Virgin for Renison Racing Incorporated of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Farish of Summerside. George Renison is the trainer with David Dowling in the driver's seat. Last start was here in Summerside, July the 19th, in the Ruby Chapel Memorial Consolation. Left from post 5, finished 5. Race time 1:55 and 4, 28 and 4 on the end of it. Look down the program to Inverness, June 22nd. Left from 5 was a winner in 1:58 and 3. Closed it out 29 seconds flat for David Dowling. Has the season's best of 1:56 and 3 right here at Summerside. Going Yard, post 8. David Dowling's hot tonight with four wins already. And right now they're 3-1. And here's a look at the mare that could get it all. That is the 7, Free-Legged, Glenview Rhonda, 7-year-old bay mare by Immaculate for Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Keith Legg will do the driving. First start of the season was July 17th here, left from post 4 and finished 3rd. 156 flat, 29 and 1 on the end of it for Keith Legg. 2 wins last season, took a record of 156 flat at Charlottetown. Glenview Rhonda, post 7, Keith Legg. Good odds, 12-1. And there's a look at the 2, Tobin's Future, 5-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Jason Bigger and Robin Wilson of Muscush. Jason trains and Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started here July 13th, left from post 6, finished 4th, just beat a length and a half. Race timed in 1:57 and 2, closed it out in 29 and 2. Has a win this season, 3 down, 1:57 and 3, right here at Summerside, July the 1st. That was from post 7, wire to wire. 1:57 and 3, 29 and 3 on the end of it for Mark Campbell. Post 2 tonight for Tobin's Future with Corey McPherson. He's looking for his 3rd win of the night, and they're 9-5. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 14th race. Field of 9 in here. Harlequin Romance and Brody McPhee at 9-1. Tobin's Future is 2 at 2-1 with Corey McPherson. The 3, Thinking of Eddie with Brady Sweet at 55-1. Elm Grove Quest 4 and Kenny Murphy at 9-1. The 5, The Real Princess and Mike Downey's looking for a driving double tonight. They're the current choice on the board at 9-5. Canvas of Stars 6, Ryan DeRoche looking for a double tonight. They're 27-1. Glenview Rhonda is the 7 with Keith Legg at 8-1. Going Yard is 8 for David Dowling at 5-2, and the 9 in the back tier. Roll With It Darling, Paul Angel looking for his driving triple tonight, and right now they are 12-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 14th. Good luck with your selections. There's a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 14th race. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Harlequin Romance, Tobin's Future, Thinking of Eddie, Elm Grove Quest. The Real Princess, Canvas of Stars, Glenview, Rhonda, and Going Yard, they're up front. The trailer Roll with It Darling, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Tobin's Future leaves out alongside Thinking of Eddie, and joining them, that's Canvas of Stars, and gone on the run now. Canvas of Stars has jumped it off. They're at the 8th pole. Tobin's Future leading, Thinking of Eddie challenging. In the pocket, Harlequin Romance third to get away 4th. Along the inside, Roll with It Darling moving up 5th on the outside as they race the backstretch going to that opening quarter mile. Then 6-1 towards the rail, the Real Princess backing up to 7th. That is Elm Grove Quest. They were at the quarter in 28 seconds flat, and they're rounding the paddock turn. Next station, the 3-8. On the point, Tobin's Future and McPherson. Then the stablemate is Harlequin Romance. Thinking of Eddie third. From the outside, 4th, that's Going Yard. Now on the cones, 5th, Roll with It Darling. 6th, the Real Princess. On the outside and racing from 7th, that is Glenview Rhonda. Elm Grove Quest is 8th. Canvas of Stars 9th. 57 and 3 over to the half mile. Down to 3/8 left to go. Tobin's Future is open by 2 on Harlequin Romance. Thinking of Eddie tipping out from 3rd. Then in 4th, Roll with It Darling moving up 5th on the outside. Glenview Rhonda in between horses, the Real Princess 6th. 3 high 7th. That is Elm Grove Quest. Then it's Going Yard 8th. Canvas of Stars 9th. 1:27 and 1 was the 3/4 time. Just an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Tobin's Future trying to take them all the way in here. Thinking of Eddie on the outside 2nd. Glenview Rhonda on the far outside coming late, but it is Tobin's Future, and McPherson wins another one on this Tuesday night. 2nd is Thinking of Eddie. It may have been the Real Princess up 3rd, and the time for the mile in 1:56.30. There's the inquiry sign now listed. The 14th race under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets till it's official.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 14th race. Tobin's Future, she was sharp tonight. Corey McPherson's sharp tonight as well. They go right down the road. 28 the half, 57 and 3, 127 and 1 3/4. Repels all challengers here tonight to win in 156 and 3. 13th lifetime win, 2nd win of the season for Tobin's Future. Great shot by Universal Media there in the slow-mo of Tobin's Future. Corey McPherson gets win number 3 tonight for the triple. Thinking of Eddie is 2nd. The Real Princess in there for 3rd. It's 2, 3, 5. Unofficially, in the 14th race, we're going to see Tobin's Future and Corey McPherson. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next under an inquiry. Hold all tickets.
The judge's inquiry involves the break on number 6, Canvas of Stars, after the start. Tobin's Future has arrived at the 14th race winner's circle. Bay-facing mare, the 5-year-old daughter of Arthur Blue Chip, is off the grin from ear to ear dam, Putnam Mackenzie. Owned by Jason Bigger and Robin Wilson of Muscush. Jason does the training. Bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. Corey McPherson picks up his 3rd winner. He'll triple up tonight, and the mare goes wire to win in 156 and 3. Tobin's Future triples up Corey McPherson in the 14th. Now the results of the 14th race inquiry. 6 Canvas of Stars made the break on her own after the start, interfering with number 7 Glenview Ronda, with 7 finishing ahead of 6. There's no placings required. Now the official results in the 14th, Harligan Romance 5th, Tobin's Future the race winner. Thinking of Eddie was 2nd, Emerald Quest 6th, The Real Princess 3rd. Canvas of Stars finished 8th. Glenview Ronda was 4th. Going Yard finished 9th. Roll With It Darling was 7th. They went 28, 57 and 3. 127 and 1, the mile 156 and 3. In review, 512, 638, 497. Tobin's Future paid 820. The Exactor 78.50, Triactor 303.30, Superfecta 272.18. The featured 15th is next, 8 minutes.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. Let's talk about the 2025 Atlantic Classic Sale. It's scheduled for Friday, October the 10th at the Crapbow Exhibition Grounds starting at 11:30 a.m. You can join us on October the 9th from 3 o'clock till 7 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 15th race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. There's a shot at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I like 5, 4, 3 in this one. Post time picks going 3, 2, and 5. Classifiers choices 4, 5, 3 in the feature 15th race in 7 minutes.
Featured 15th on the track for Post Parade, number 1 Sharky Taylor Doyle is the driver for owner-trainer Jack McGurk of Kensington. Sobble Attack 2, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Paul does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. 3 Manterio, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. David Dowling trains and drives. 4 Brookdale Johnny, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. Tony Too Tall wears number 5, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken. Miles Heffernan Jr. in the driver's seat. 4 minutes to post time. And Rocky, as you mentioned, we're coming up with our selections here in the 15th race feature. And once again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I went to the 4, Brookdale Johnny in here. He's got back-to-back 53 and change miles, Rock. Like him in here in the short field. I went to 3, Manterio. The little horse always gives a big-time effort. Then I went to 5, Tony Too Tall, who was stellar in Governor's Plate 57, finishing 3rd. And I went to Paul Bigger's horse for Super Players, but he scares me a lot from post position 2 tonight, Rock. He may get a fantastic trip. 4-3-5-2 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
I feel the exact same way, Vance, on Sobble Attack. I put him in there for 4th. But he does scare me. Like, he could get it all in here. Like, this is a nice horse that Paul Bigger has. But I went to the 5, Tony Too Tall, off that Governor's Plate performance. He raced really well, and he shows some good miles in his program. Miles Jr. gets along with him really well. For 2nd, the 4, Brookdale Johnny's been racing really well. And for 3rd, I'll go with the 3, Manterio, and I put Sobble Attack in there as well. But as you mentioned, Sobble Attack does scare me as well. He could be 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, like anywhere in the ticket. So I'm going 5-4-3-2. Vance going 4-3-5-2. Good luck with your selections here in the feature.
Still no word of anybody picking up the 50-50. And if it's not claimed tonight, we're racing here on Sunday, August 3rd, with a 1 o'clock start time. The winner will have till the start of the second to claim that prize. And if that doesn't happen, that money goes right into the pot Sunday.
And once again, that 50-50 number is 212-549 for the money, $528. And for the jacket, 212-699. Good luck. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 15th race feature. There's a look at Sharkey on your screen right now. Taylor Doyle aboard at 17-1. Sabal Attack and Kenny Murphy are 2. Current Choice at 6-5. Mantario 3 with David Dowling at 2-1. The 4, Brookdale Johnny and Paul Angel at 5-2. And rounding out the field is Tony Tootal with Miles Heffernan Jr. at 3-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 15th race. It's our feature here on a Tuesday night. 16 dashes on tap tonight. Good luck with your selections. Tuesday night feature race 15 has 5 of them lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Oh, and Rocky, that one that's scared is Paul Bigger's horse. He's right now favored on the top board as they line up here in the featured. Sharkey, Sabal Attack, Mantario, Brookdale Johnny, Tony Tootal, top of the stretch. Here they come. They're going to the gate early here. They're off and pacing. Tony Tootal flies out of there. Sharkey out the rail will get to the turn second. On the third one, that's Sabal Attack. Then racing fourth, Mantario. And the early trailer is Brookdale Johnny. Quarter pole bound. Tony Tootal and Miles Jr. out in front. Sharkey got away as the longest shot in the board. Now Brookdale Johnny picking him up was fifth, then fourth, then third, now second, takes dead aim at the leader in here. Here's Brookdale Johnny to take over for Langell off at 29 and 2 opener. Tony Tootal gave way for the 2-hole ride, then in third, that's Sharkey. Sabal Attack fourth, and now the trailer is Mantario. Down the stretch they approach the opening half mile, now led by Brookdale Johnny. In the 2-hole, that's Tony Tootal. Sharkey races third. Then in fourth, that's Sobel Attack. There goes Manterio to the outside fifth. They were halfway home in 58 and 2 on stressful fractions here in the feature. Arriving at 5-8, and Brookdale Johnny getting him there. Tony Too Tall second, Sharky third, on the outside fourth. That's Manterio, and now the trailer is Sobel Attack. Here comes the three-quarters next, and Brookdale Johnny arriving there with the lead. Tony Too Tall is second, Sharky third, Manterio fourth, Sobel Attack fifth, 1:27 and 4 was three-quarters, and they're headed on down the home stretch, led by Brookdale Johnny. Second, Tony Too Tall. Sharky on the outside third, Sobel Attack fourth. On the wire, here is Brookdale Johnny for Paul Angel. Second, Tony Too Tall. Up the inside third, that was Sobel Attack. And the time for the mile in 1:56.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 15th race. Going to the quarter, Brookdale Johnny gets up there in 29 and 2 as Tony Too Tall was on the front and jamming the brakes on when Brookdale Johnny made the effort and got to the front, the half 58 and 2, down to three-quarters in 1:27 and 4, and here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Universal Media's Matthew McLean as Brookdale Johnny gives Paul Angel win number 3 tonight. Tony Too Tall in there for second. Sobel Attack is third, 4-5-2 unofficially. In the 15th, we'll see Brookdale Johnny and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Brookdale Johnny going to the Woodmere Standard Reds Winners Circle here in the featured 15. Johnny's a big pacing gelding 5 by Rockin' in Heaven off the shadow played Brookdale Gia. A homebred of Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Angel has his third winner as he triples up. And the time for the mile in 1:56 and 2. That's Brookdale Johnny and the Paul Angel triple in the Tuesday night feature at Summerside. Now the official results in the 15, Sharkey 4th, Sobel Attack 3rd, Manterio 5th, Brookdale Johnny the race winner, Tony Too Tall was 2nd, fractions of 29 and 2, 58 and 2, 127 and 4, the mile 156 and 2. In review, 435, 1-2. Brookdale Johnny paid $5.90 to win. The Exactor $7.90, Triactor $16.60, and the Superfecta $5.84.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores, Summerside. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 15 races in the books. Corey McPherson has 3 wins. David Dowling has 4. Paul Angel has 3. Jacob Sweet with a couple of wins. Norris Rogers is just 2 wins away from win number 1,000. Now let's talk about the early and late Super High 5. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High 5 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High 5 is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program. With the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High 5 at Red Shore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen one more time. There is a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for tonight's finale. I like 5-8-2. Post time picks going 8-4-6. And the class first choice is 2-5-4 in tonight's finale. In 6 minutes, and we have an equipment change on the 8. Louis the Great goes from blind to open bridle with blinkers. Post time, 6 minutes.
16th race on the track for Post Parade. Coast to Coast Shark. Number 1 is owned by Shirley Wallace of Alberton, trained by Jeff Wallace. Kenny Murphy drives. 2 Melody Maker, owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. Brody McPhee, catch drives. Almost There, Boss number 3, owned by David and John Sweet of O'Leary, trained by Ralph Sweet. David Dowling. Starship Zodiac 4, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Ellerslie. Robbie does the training. Brett LeBlanc drives. Majestic Mason 5, owned by Stephen Downey of Quispamsis, New Brunswick, trained by Rick Armstrong. Brady Sweet up. First Glance number 6, owned by Luke Beck of Charlottetown. One of the odds stable of Orwell, trained by Devin Wallace. Paul Langell. Elm Grove Penny number 7, Ryan DeRoss driving for owner-trainer Luke Burke of Donaldston. 8, Louis the Great, on by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie does the training. Corey McPherson does the driving at 2 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing on Thursday night in Charlottetown, featuring leg 1 of the Island Ocean Trot Series. Post time is 6 p.m. Rocky has his super high five ticket to wrap up the Tuesday program.
And there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets on your screen. I'm going with the 5 Majestic Mason over the 8 Louis the Great, the 2 Melody Maker, the 4 Starship Zodiac for 4th, rounded out with the 3 Almost There Boss. Vance likes the 2 Melody Maker over Coast to Coast Shark, then the 8 Louis the Great over the 5 Majestic Mason, and the 3 Almost There Boss. Vance going 21853. I'm going 58243. Good luck with the Super High 5 here in the finale. Let's have a look at the odds board for the 16th race finale here in a Tuesday night. Coast to Coast Shark on the rail with Kenny Murphy, 7-1. The 2 Melody Maker and Brody McPhee at even money. 3 Almost There Boss with David Dowling at 7-1. 4 Starship Zodiac with Brett LeBlanc at 6-1. 5 Majestic Mason with Brady Sweet at 2-1. 6 First Glance with Paul Angel, 17-1. The 7 Elm Grove Penny with Ryan DeRoche at 39-1. And Louis the Great rounds out the field from 8 with Corey McPherson at 9-1. That's the field for tonight's 16th race finale. Good luck with your selections. 16th race finale here on a Tuesday night has a field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs one more time to Vance Cameron.
Been a great night, Rock. Thanks for sharing it with us here in Summerside. 16 of them, and we've got that 16th one on the gate. Coast to Coast Shark, Melody Maker, Almost There Boss, Starship Zodiac, Majestic Mason, First Glance, Elm Grove Penny, Louis the Great. It's the Super High 5 finale. Post time. Up and pacing the inside trio, leaving Coast to Coast Shark, Melody Maker, and Almost There Boss. And the fourth one to the turn, Starship Zodiac. Away in fifth, Majestic Mason. Elm Grove Penny is sixth. Then First Glance seventh. On the outside eighth, that's Louis the Great. Up the backstretch they go to the opening quarter mile. Here's Melody Maker to clear the lead for Brody McPhee. Now second, that is Coast to Coast Shark. Third at the rail, Almost There Boss. First Glance is coming early now and picking them off. On the outside fourth, they're at the quarter in 28 and 4. Midway round the paddock turn for the first time. On the point at 3/8, Melody Maker. First Glance right alongside the leader, Coast to Coast Shark third. Almost There Boss has fourth. Then in fifth, that is along the inside, Starship Zodiac. Then the sixth one and moving out, Majestic Mason. Seventh is Elm Grove Penny. Louis the Great on the outside, the trailer. At the midway point, the new leader, First Glance, is cleared off of 57 and 3/2 mile. Second, Melody Maker, Almost There Boss, advancing third on the outside. Coast to Coast Shark at the rail fourth. Then in fifth, it's Starship Zodiac. On the outside, sixth, Majestic Mason. Seventh towards the rail, Elm Grove Penny. Louis the Great on the outside, eighth. They go by 3/4. First Glance clear by 2 in the late going at long odds. 3/4 in 1:26 and 3 with an eighth lap to go. First Glance is homeward bound. Almost There Boss second, way wide. Majestic Mason coming late third. Down the stretch they come. First Glance the leader. Almost There Boss. Majestic Mason. First Glance. Paul Angel's got himself a grand slam. Tight for the deuce. Majestic Mason up against Almost There Boss. And the time for the mile in 1:56.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 16th. Melody Maker was on top of the quarter, 28-4. Head Company. First Glance was on the move and cleared to the front, coming to the half in 57 and 3. Down to 3/4 in 1:26 and 3. Here's the stretch drive. I overlooked this guy big time on the program, and my picks in here didn't even have him in the top 5. He gets the job done tonight in 1:56 and 3. That's his third win of the season, 30th lifetime win for First Glance. And Paul Angel heads himself a night with 4 wins on the program. Great shop at Universal Media there. In for second, that is the 5, Majestic Mason. Up for third is the 3, Almost There Boss, 6-5-3 unofficially. In the finale, we're going to see First Glance in Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Well, the 20-1 shot is going to highlight Paul Angel's night here in Summerside for his 4th trip to the winner's circle. First Glance takes him there here in the Super High 5, pacing Roan Gelding 7 by Thinking Out Loud. Off the Whitefish Falls Dam, White Glance, owned by Luke Beck of Charlottetown, and What Are the Odds stable of Orwell. bred by Dwight Benson from Harrison, Ontario. Now trained by Devin Wallace. Paul Langell's fourth win for the Grand Slam. The horse with its 30th lifetime victory on this night in 156-3. First Glance and a super high five upset. Now the official results in the 16th, Coast to Coast Shark 5th, Melody Maker 7th, Almost There Boss 3rd, Starship Zodiac was 8th, Majestic Mason finished 2nd, First Glance the race winner, Elm Grove Penny was 6th, Louis the Great finished 4th, the fractions were 28-4, 57-3, 126-3, and the mile in 156-3. In review, it's 5-7-3, 8-2-1, 6-4. First Glance paid $43.70 to win. The exactor $278.30. The triactor $424.80. The Paul Langell late daily double valued at $185.10. Super high five yet to be posted. That's going to wrap up our Tuesday night live program here in Summerside. Tonight's Primeval handle went $88,984. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.